Chapter 19 of the Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 19. Before it had been long dark, we had crossed the range and entered the department of Minas. Nothing happened till towards midnight, when our horses began to be greatly distressed. My companions hoped to reach before morning an estancia, still many leagues distant, where they were known and would be allowed to lie in concealment for a few days till the storm blew over, for usually, shortly after an outbreak has been put down, an indulto, or proclamation of pardon, is issued, after which it is safe for all those who have taken arms against the constituted government to return to their homes. For the time, we were, of course, outlaws, and liable to have our throats cut at any moment. Our poor horses at last became incapable even of a trot, and dismounting, we walked on, leading them by the bridles. About midnight, we approached a watercourse, the upper part of the Rio Barriga Negra, Black Belly River, and on coming near it, the tinkling of a bell attracted our attention. It is the usual thing for every man in the Banda Oriental to have one mare, called madrina, in his tropilla, or herd of geldings. The madrina always carries a bell attached to her neck, and at night her forefeet are usually hobbled to prevent her wandering far from home, for the horses are always very much attached to her and will not leave her. After listening for a few moments, we concluded that the sound came from the bell of a madrina, and that her forefeet were bound, for the tinkle came in violent jerks, as from an animal laboriously hopping along. Proceeding to the spot, we found a tropilla of 11 or 12 dun-coloured horses feeding near the river. Driving them very gently towards the bank, where a sharp bend in the stream enabled us to corner them, we set to work catching fresh horses. Fortunately, they were not very shy of strangers, and after we had caught and secured the madrina, they gathered, whinnying round her, and we were not very long in selecting the 5 best-looking duns in the herd. "My friends, I call this stealing," I said, though at that very moment I was engaged in hastily transferring my saddle to the animal I had secured. "That is very interesting information," said one of my comrades. "A stolen horse will always carry you well," said another. "If you cannot steal a horse without compunction, you have not been properly brought up," cried the third. "In the Banda Oriental," said the fourth, "you are not looked upon as an honest man unless you steal." We then crossed the river and broke into a swift gallop, which we kept up till morning, reaching our destination a little while before sunrise. There was here a fine plantation of trees not far from the house, surrounded by a deep ditch and a cactus hedge, and after we had taken maté and then breakfast at the house, where the people received us very kindly, we proceeded to conceal our horses and ourselves in the plantation. We found a comfortable little grassy hollow, partly shaded with the surrounding trees, and here we spread our rugs, and, fatigued with our exertions, soon dropped into a deep sleep which lasted pretty well all day. It was a pleasant day for me, for I had waking intervals during which I experienced that sensation of absolute rest of mind and body which is so exceedingly sweet after a long period of toil and anxiety. During my waking intervals I smoked cigarettes and listened to the querulous pipings of a flock of young black-headed siskins flying about from tree to tree after their parents and asking to be fed. Occasionally the long, clear cry of the venteveo, a lemon-coloured bird with black head and long beak like a kingfisher, rang through the foliage, or a flock of pecho amarillos, olive-brown birds with bright yellow vests, would visit the trees and utter their confused chorus of gay notes. I did not think very much about Santa Coloma. Probably he had escaped and was once more a wanderer, disguised in the humble garments of a peasant, but that would be no new experience to him. The bitter bread of expatriation had apparently been his usual food, and his periodical descents upon the country had so far always ended in disaster. He had still an object to live for, but when I remembered Dolores lamenting her lost cause and vanished peace of mind, then, in spite of the bright sunshine flecking the grass, the soft, warm wind fanning my face and whispering in the foliage overhead, and the merry-throated birds that came to visit me, a pang was in my heart, and tears came to my eyes. When evening came, we were all wide awake, and sat till a very late hour round the fire we had made in the hollow, sipping maté and conversing. We were all in a talkative mood that evening, and after the ordinary subjects of Banda Oriental conversation had been exhausted, we drifted into matters extraordinary. Wild creatures of strange appearance and habits, apparitions, and marvellous adventures. "The manner in which the Lampa Lagoa captures its prey is very curious," said one of the company, named Rivarola, a stout man with an immense, fierce-looking black beard and moustache, but who was very mild-eyed and had a gentle, cooing voice. We had all heard of the Lampa Lagoa, a species of boa found in these countries, with a very thick body and extremely sluggish in its motions. It preys on the larger rodents, and captures them, I believe, by following them into their burrows, where they cannot escape from its jaws by running. "I will tell you what I once witnessed, for I have never seen a stranger thing," continued Rivarola. "Riding one day through a forest, I saw some distance before me a fox sitting on the grass watching my approach. Suddenly I saw it spring high up into the air, uttering a great scream of terror, then fall back upon the earth, where it lay for some time growling, struggling, and biting as if engaged in deadly conflict with some visible enemy. Presently it began to move away through the wood, but very slowly, and still frantically struggling. It seemed to be getting exhausted. Its tail dragged, the mouth foamed, and the tongue hung out, while it still moved on as if drawn by an unseen cord. I followed, going very close to it, but it took no notice of me. Sometimes it dug its claws into the ground, or seized a twig or stalk with its teeth, and it would then remain resting for a few moments till the twig gave away, when it would roll over many times on the ground, loudly yelping, but still dragged onwards. Presently I saw in the direction we were going a huge serpent, thick as a man's thigh, its head lifted high above the grass, and motionless as a serpent of stone. Its cavernous, blood-red mouth was gaping wide, and its eyes were fixed on the struggling fox. When about 20 yards from the serpent, the fox began moving very rapidly over the ground, its struggles growing feebler every moment until it seemed to fly through the air, and in an instant was in the serpent's mouth. Then the reptile dropped its head and began slowly swallowing its prey. "And you actually witnessed this yourself?" said I. "With these eyes," he returned, indicating the orbs in question by pointing at them with the tube of the maté cup he held in his hand. "This was the only occasion on which I have actually seen the lampalagua take its prey, but its manner of doing it is well known to everyone from hearsay. You see, it draws an animal towards it by means of its power of suction. Sometimes, when the animal attacked is very strong or very far off, say 2,000 yards, the serpent becomes so inflated with the quantity of air inhaled while drawing the victim towards it that it bursts," I suggested. "That it is obliged to stop drawing to blow the wind out. When this happens, the animal, finding itself released from the drawing force, instantly sets off at full speed. Vain effort! The serpent has no sooner discharged the accumulated wind with a report like a cannon." "No, like a musket. I have heard it myself," interrupted Blas Aria, one of the listeners. "Like a musket, then it once more brings its power of suction to bear, and in this manner the contest continues until the victim is finally drawn into the monster's jaws. It is well known that the lampalagua is the strongest of all God's creatures, and that if a man, stripped to the skin, engages one, and conquers it by sheer muscular strength, the serpent's power goes into him, after which he is invincible." I laughed at this fable, and was severely rebuked for my levity. "I will tell you the strangest thing that ever befell me," said Blas Aria. "I happened to be travelling alone for reasons on the northern frontier. I crossed the river Yaguaron into Brazilian territory, and for all day rode through a great marshy plain, where the reeds were dead and yellow, and the water shrunk into muddy pools. It was a place to make a man grow weary of life. When the sun was going down, and I began to despair of getting to the end of this desolation, I discovered a low hovel made of mud and thatched with rushes. It was about 15 yards long, with only one small door, and seemed to be uninhabited, for no person answered me when I rode round it, shouting aloud. I heard a grunting and squealing within, and by a sow, followed by a litter of young pigs, came out, looked at me, then went in again. I would have ridden on, but my horses were tired. Besides, a great storm with thunder and lightning was coming up, and no other shelter appeared in sight. I therefore unsaddled, loosed my horses to feed, and took my gear into the hovel. The room I entered was so small that the sow and her young occupied all the floor. There was, however, another room, and opening the door, which was closed, I went into it, and found that it was very much larger than the first. Also, that it contained a dirty bed made of skins in one corner, while on the floor was a heap of ashes and a black pot. There was nothing else except old bones, sticks, and other rubbish littering the floor. Afraid of being caught unawares by the owner of this foul den, and finding nothing to eat in it, I returned to the first room, turned the pigs out of doors, and sat down on my saddle to wait. It was beginning to get dark when a woman, bringing in a bundle of sticks, suddenly appeared at the door. Never, sirs, have I beheld a fouler, more hideous object than this person. Her face was hard, dark, and rough, like the bark of the nyandubui tree, while her hair, which covered her head and shoulders in a tangled mass, was of a dry, earthy colour. Her body was thick and long, yet she looked like a dwarf, for she scarcely had any legs, only enormous knees and feet, and her garments were old, ragged horse rugs, tied round her body with thongs of hide. She stared at me out of a pair of small, black rat eyes, then, setting down her bundle, asked me what I wanted. I told her I was a tired traveller and wanted food and shelter. "Shelter you can have, food there is none," she said. Then, taking up her sticks, she passed to the inner room and secured it with a bolt on the inside. She had not inspired me with love, and there was little danger of my attempting to intrude on her there. It was a black, stormy night, and very soon the rain began to fall in torrents. Several times the sow, with her young pigs loudly squealing, came in for shelter, and I was forced to get up and beat them out with my whip. At length, through the mud partition separating the two rooms, I heard the crackling of a fire which the vile woman was lighting, and before long, through the chinks, came the savoury smell of roast meat. That surprised me greatly, for I had searched the room and failed to find anything to eat in it. I concluded that she had brought in the meat under her garments, but where she had got it was a mystery. At length I began to doze. There were many sounds in my ear, as of thunder and wind, the pigs grunting at the door, and the crackling of the fire in the hag's room. But by and by other sounds seemed to mingle with these, voices of several persons talking, laughing, and singing. At length I became wide awake, and found that these voices proceeded from the next room. Some person was playing a guitar and singing, then others were loudly talking and laughing. I tried to peep through the cracks in the door and partition, but could not see through them. High up in the middle of the wall there was one large crack, through which I was sure the interior could be seen, so much red firelight streamed through it. I placed my saddle against the partition, and all my rugs folded small, one above the other, until I had heaped them as high as my knees. Standing on my toes on this pile, and carefully clinging to the wall with my fingernails, I managed to bring my eyes to a level with the crack, and peeped through it. The room inside was brightly lighted by a big wood fire burning at one end, while on the floor a large crimson cloak was spread, on which the people I had heard were sitting with some fruit and bottles of wine before them. There was the foul hag, looking almost as tall, sitting as she had appeared when standing. She was playing on a guitar and singing a ballad in Portuguese. Before her on the cloak lay a tall, well-formed Negro woman, wearing only a narrow white cloth round her loins, and broad silver armlets on her round black arms. She was eating a banana, and against her knees, which were drawn up, sat a beautiful girl about 15 years old, with a dark, pale face. She was dressed in white, her arms were bare, and round her head she wore a gold band keeping back her black hair, which fell unbound on her back. Before her, on his knees on the cloak, was an old man with a face brown and wrinkled as a walnut, and beard white as thistledown. With one of his hands he was holding the girl's arm, and with the other offering her a glass of wine. All this I saw at one glance, and then all of them together turned their eyes up at the crack as if they knew that someone was watching them. I started back in alarm and fell with a crash to the ground. Then I heard loud screams of laughter, but I dared not attempt to look in on them again. I took my rugs to the farther side of the room and sat down to wait for morning. The talking and laughter continued for about 2 hours, then it gradually died away. The light faded from the chinks, and all was dark and silent. No person came out, and at last, overcome with drowsiness, I fell asleep. It was day when I woke. I rose and walked round the hovel, and finding a crack in the wall, I peered into the hag's room. It looked just as I had seen it the day before. There was the pot and pile of ashes, and in the corner the brutish woman lying asleep in her skins. After that, I got onto my horse and rode away. May I never again have such an experience as I had that night. Something was then said about witchcraft by the others, all looking very solemn. "You were very hungry and tired that night," I ventured to remark, "and perhaps after the woman locked her door, you went to sleep and dreamed all that about people eating fruit and playing on the guitar." "Our horses were tired, and we were flying for our lives yesterday," returned Blas contemptuously. "Perhaps it made us dream that we caught 5 dun horses to carry us." "When a person is incredulous, it is useless arguing with him," said Mariano, a small, dark, grey-haired man. "I will not tell you a strange adventure I had when I was a young man, but remember, I do not put a blunderbuss to any man's breast to compel him to believe me, for what is, is, and let him that disbelieves shake his head till he shakes it off, and it falls to the ground like a coconut from the tree. After I got married, I sold my horses, and taking all my money, purchased 2 ox carts, intending to make my living by carrying freight. One cart I drove myself, and to drive the other I hired a boy whom I called Mula, though that was not the name his godfathers gave him, but because he was stubborn and sullen as a mule. His mother was a poor widow, living near me, and when she heard about the ox carts, she came to me with her son and said, "Neighbour Mariano, for your mother's sake, take my son and teach him to earn his bread, for he is a boy that loves not to do anything." So I took Mula and paid the widow for his services after each journey. When there was no freight to be had, I sometimes went to the lagoons to cut rushes, and loading the carts with them, we would go about the country to sell the rushes to those who required them to thatch their houses. Mula loved not this work. Often when we were all day wading up to our thighs in the water, cutting the rushes down close to their roots, then carrying them in large bundles on our shoulders to land, he would cry, complaining bitterly of his hard lot. Sometimes I thrashed him, for it angered me to see a poor boy so fastidious. Then he would curse me and say that some day he would have his revenge. "When I am dead," he often told me, "my ghost will come to haunt and terrify you for all the blows you have given me." This always made me laugh. At last, one day, while crossing a deep stream, swollen with rains, my poor Mula fell down from his perch on the shaft and was swept away by the current into deep water and drowned. Well, sirs, about a year after that event, I was out in search of a couple of strayed oxen when night overtook me a long distance from home. Between me and my house there was a range of hills running down to a deep river, so close that there was only a narrow passage to get through, and for a long distance there was no other opening. When I reached the pass, I fell into a narrow path with bushes and trees growing on either side. Here, suddenly, the figure of a young man stepped out from the trees and stood before me. It was all in white, poncho, chiripa, drawers, even its boots, and wore a broad-brimmed straw hat on its head. My horse stood still, trembling, nor was I less frightened, for my hair rose up on my head like bristles on a pig's back, and the sweat broke out on my face like raindrops. Not a word said the figure, only it remained standing still with arms folded on its breast, preventing me from passing. Then I cried out, "In heaven's name, who are you, and what do you want with Mariano Montes de Oca, that you bar his path?" At this speech it laughed. Then it said, "What, does my old master not know me? I am Mula. Did I not often tell you that some day I should return to pay you out for all the thrashings you gave me? Ah, Master Mariano, you see I have kept my word." Then it began to laugh again. "May 10,000 curses light on your head," I shouted. "If you wish for my life, Mula, take it and be forever damned, or else let me pass, and go back to Satan, your master, and tell him from me to keep a stricter watch on your movements. For why should the stench of purgatory be brought to my nostrils before my time? And now, hateful ghost, what more have you got to say to me?" At this speech the ghost shouted with laughter, slapping its thighs and doubling itself up with mirth. At last, when it was able to speak, it said, "Enough of this fooling, Mariano. I did not intend frightening you so much, and it is no great matter if I have laughed a little at you now, for you have often made me cry. I stopped you because I had something important to say. Go to my mother and tell her you have seen and spoken with me. Tell her to pay for another Mass for my soul's repose, for after that I shall be out of purgatory. If she has no money, lend her a few dollars for the Mass, and I will repay you, old man, in another world." This it said and vanished. I lifted my whip, but needed not to strike my horse, for not a bird that has wings could fly faster than he now flew, with me on his back. No path was before me, nor did I know where we were going. Through rushes and through thickets, over burrows of wild animals, stones, rivers, marshes, we flew as if all the devils that are on the earth and under it were at our heels. And when the horse stopped, it was at my own door. I stayed not to unsaddle him, but cutting the surcingle with my knife, left him to shake the saddle off. Then, with the bridle, I hammered on the door, shouting to my wife to open. I heard her fumbling for the tinder box. "For the love of heaven, woman, strike no light!" I cried. "Santa Barbara Bendita, have you seen a ghost?" she exclaimed, opening to me. "Yes," I replied, rushing in and bolting the door. "And had you struck a light, you would now have been a widow. For thus it is, sirs, the man who after seeing a ghost is confronted with a light immediately drops down dead." I made no sceptical remarks, and did not even shake my head. The circumstances of the encounter were described by Mariano with such graphic power and minuteness that it was impossible not to believe his story, yet some things in it afterwards struck me as somewhat absurd. That straw hat, for instance, and it also seemed strange that a person of Mullah's disposition should have been so much improved in temper by his sojourn in a warmer place. Talking of ghosts, said Laralde, the other man, but proceeded no further, for I interrupted him. Laralde was a short, broad-shouldered man, with bow legs and bushy grey whiskers. He was called by his familiars Lechuza, Owl, on account of his immense, round, tawny-coloured eyes, which had a tremendous staring power in them. I thought we had had enough of the supernatural by this time. My friend, I said, pardon me for interrupting you, but there will be no sleep for us tonight if we have any more stories about spirits from the other world. Talking of ghosts, resumed Lechuza without noticing my remark, and this nettled me, so I cut in once more. I protest that we have heard quite enough about them, I said. This conversation was only to be about rare and curious things. Now, visitors from the other world are very common. I put it to you, my friends, have you not all seen more ghosts than lampalaguas drawing foxes with their breath? I have seen that once only, said Rivarola gravely. I have often seen ghosts. The others also confessed to having seen more than one ghost apiece. Lechuza sat inattentive, smoking his cigarette, and when we had all done speaking, began again. Talking of ghosts. Nobody interrupted him this time, though he seemed to expect it, for he made a long, deliberate pause. Talking of ghosts, he repeated, staring around him triumphantly. I once had an encounter with a strange being that was not a ghost. I was a young man then, young and full of the fire, strength, and courage of youth, for what I am now going to relate happened over 20 years ago. I had been playing cards at a friend's house, and left it at midnight to ride to my father's house, a distance of 5 leagues. I had quarrelled that evening and left a loser, burning with anger against the man who had cheated and insulted me, and with whom I was not allowed to fight. Vowing vengeance on him, I rode away at a fast gallop, the night being serene and almost as light as day, for the moon was at its full. Suddenly I saw before me a huge man sitting on a white horse, which stood perfectly motionless directly in my path. I dashed on till I came near him, then shouted aloud, "Out of my path, friend, lest I ride over you," for I was still raging in my heart. Seeing that he took no notice of my words, I dug my spurs into my horse and hurled myself against him. Then, at the very moment my horse struck his with a tremendous shock, I brought down my iron whip handle with all the force that was in me upon his head. The blow rang as if I had struck upon an anvil, while at the same moment he, without swerving, clutched my cloak with both hands. I could feel that they were bony, hard hands, armed with long, crooked, sharp talons like an eagle's, which pierced through my cloak into my flesh. Dropping my whip, I seized him by the throat, which seemed scaly and hard, between my hands, and thus, locked together in a desperate struggle, we swayed this way and that, each trying to drag the other from his seat till we came down together with a crash upon the earth. In a moment we were disengaged and on our feet. Quick as lightning flashed out his long, sharp weapon, and finding I was too late to draw mine, I hurled myself against him, seizing his armed hand in both mine before he could strike. For a few moments he stood still, glaring at me out of a pair of eyes that shone like burning coals. Then, mad with rage, he flung me off my feet and whirled me round and round like a ball in a sling, and finally cast me from him to a distance of 100 yards, so great was his strength. I was launched with tremendous force into the middle of some thorny bushes, but had no sooner recovered from the shock than out I burst with a yell of rage and charged him again. For, you will hardly believe it, sirs, by some strange chance I had carried away his weapon, firmly grasped in my hands. It was a heavy, two-edged dagger, sharp as a needle, and while I grasped the hilt I felt the strength and fury of 1,000 fighting men in me. As I advanced he retreated before me until, seizing the topmost boughs of a great thorny bush, he swung his body to one side and wrenched it out of the earth by the roots. Swinging the bush with the rapidity of a whirlwind round his head, he advanced against me and dealt a blow that would have crushed me had it descended on me, but it fell too far, for I had dodged under it to close with him, and delivered a stab with such power that the long weapon was buried to its hilt in his bosom. He uttered a deafening yell, and at the same moment a torrent of blood spouted forth, scalding my face like boiling water, and drenching my clothes through to the skin. For a moment I was blinded, but when I had dashed the blood from my eyes and looked round, he had vanished, horse and all. Then, mounting my horse, I rode home and told everyone what had happened, showing the knife which I still carried in my hand. Next day, all the neighbours gathered at my house, and we rode in company to the spot where the fight had taken place. There we found the bush torn up by the roots, and all the earth about it ploughed up where we had fought. The ground was also dyed with blood for several yards round, and where it had fallen, the grass was withered up to the roots, as if scorched with fire. We also picked up a cluster of hairs, long, wiry, crooked hairs, barbed at the ends like fish hooks, also 3 or 4 scales, like fish scales, only rougher, and as large as doubloons. The spot where the fight took place is now called La Cañada del Diablo, and I have heard that since that day the devil has never appeared corporeally to fight any man in the Banda Oriental. The chooser's narrative gave great satisfaction. I said nothing, feeling half stupid with amazement, for the man apparently told it in the full conviction that it was true, while the other listeners appeared to accept every word of it with the most implicit faith. I began to feel very melancholy, for evidently they expected something from me now, and what to tell them I knew not. It went against my conscience to be the only lawyer amongst these exceedingly voracious Orientals, and so I could not think of inventing anything. My friends, I began at length, I am only a young man, also a native of a country where marvellous things do not often happen, so that I can tell you nothing to equal in interest the stories I have heard. I can only relate a little incident which happened to me in my own country before I left it. It is trivial, perhaps, but will lead me to tell you something about London, that great city you have all heard of. Yes, we have heard of London. It is in England, I believe. Tell us your story about London, said Blas encouragingly. I was very young, only 14 years old, I continued, flattering myself that my modest introduction had not been ineffective, when one evening I came to London from my home. It was in January, in the middle of winter, and the whole country was white with snow. "Pardon me, Captain," said Blas, "but you have got the cucumber by the wrong end. We say that January is in summer." "Not in my country, where the seasons are reversed," I said. When I rose next morning it was dark as night, for a black fog had fallen upon the city. "A black fog?" exclaimed Lechuza. "Yes, a black fog that would last all days and make it darker than night, for though the lamps were lighted in the streets, they gave no light." "Demons!" exclaimed Rivarola. "There is no water in the bucket. I must go to the well for some, or we shall have none to drink in the night." "You might wait till I finish," I said. "No, no, Captain," he returned. "Go on with your story. We must not be without water." And taking up the bucket, he trudged off. "Finding it was going to be dark all day," I continued, "I determined to go a little distance away, not out of London, you will understand, but about 3 leagues from my hotel, to a great hill where I thought the fog would not be so dark, and where there is a palace of glass." "A palace of glass?" repeated Lechuza, with his immense round eyes fixed sternly on me. "Yes, a palace of glass. Is there anything so wonderful in that?" "Have you any tobacco in your pouch, Mariano?" said Blas. "Pardon, Captain, for speaking, but the things you are telling require a cigarette, and my pouch is empty." "Very well, sirs, perhaps you will now allow me to proceed," I said, beginning to feel rather vexed at these constant interruptions. "A palace of glass large enough to hold all the people in this country." "The saints assist us, your tobacco is dry as ashes, Mariano," exclaimed Blas. "That is not strange," said the other, "for I have had it 3 days in my pocket. Proceed, Captain. A palace of glass large enough to hold all the people in the world, and then?" "No, I shall not proceed," I returned, losing my temper. "It is plain to see that you do not wish to hear my story. Still, sirs, from motives of courtesy you might have disguised your want of interest in what I was about to relate, for I have heard it said that the Orientals are a polite people." "There you are saying too much, my friend," broke in Lechuza. "Remember that we were speaking of actual experiences, not inventing tales of black fogs and glass palaces, and men walking on their heads, and I know not what other marvels." "Do you know that what I am telling you is untrue?" I indignantly asked. "Surely, friend, you do not consider us such simple persons in the Banda Oriental as not to know truth from fable." "And this from the fellow who had just told us of his tragical encounter with Apollyon, a yarn which quite put Bunyan's narrative in the shade." It was useless talking. My irritation gave place to mirth, and stretching myself out on the grass, I roared with laughter. The more I thought of Lechuza's stern rebuke, the louder I laughed, until I yelled with laughter, slapping my thighs and doubling myself up after the manner of Mariano's hilarious visitor from purgatory. My companions never smiled. Rivarola came back with the bucket of water, and after staring at me for some time said, "If the tears which they say always follow laughter come in the same measure, then we shall have to sleep in the wet." This increased my mirth. "If the whole country is to be informed of our hiding place," said Blas the timid, "we were putting ourselves to an unnecessary trouble. by running away from San Paulo. Fresh screams of laughter greeted this protest. "I once knew a man," said Mariano, "who had a most extraordinary laugh. You could hear it a league away, it was so loud. His name was Aniceto, but we called him El Burro on account of his laugh, which sounded like the braying of an ass. Well, sirs, he one day burst out laughing, like the captain here, at nothing at all, and fell down dead. You see, the poor man had aneurism of the heart." At this I fairly yelled then, feeling quite exhausted. I looked apprehensively at Lechuza, for this important member of the quartet had not yet spoken. With his immense, unspeakably serious eyes fixed on me, he remarked quietly, "And this, my friends, is the man who says it is wrong to steal horses." But I was past shrieking now. Even this rich specimen of topsy-turvy Banda Oriental morality only evoked a faint gurgling as I rolled about on the grass, my sides aching as if I had received a good bruising. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chancho Jomp in Seattle, Washington. The Purple Land by William Henry Hudson. Chapter 20. Day had just dawned when I rose to join Mariano at the fire he had already kindled to heat the water for his early mate. I did not like the idea of lying there concealed amongst the trees like some hunted animal for an indefinite time. Moreover, I had been advised by Santa Coloma to proceed directly to the Lomas de Roca on the south coast in the event of a defeat, and this now seemed to me the best thing to do. It had been very pleasant lying there, under the greenwood tree, while those voracious stories of hags, lampalaguas, and apparitions had proved highly entertaining. But a long spell, a whole month perhaps, of that kind of life was not to be thought of. And if I did not get to Roca now, before the rural police were sent to catch runaway rebels, it would perhaps be impossible to do so later on. I determined, therefore, to go my own way, and after drinking bitter mate, I caught and saddled the dun horse. I really had not deserved the severe censure that Chuza had passed on me the previous evening in reference to horse stealing, for I had taken the dun with very little more compunction than one is accustomed to feel in England when borrowing an umbrella on a rainy day. To all people, in all parts of the world, a time comes when to appropriate their neighbor's goods is held not only justifiable, but even meritorious. To Israelites in Egypt, Englishmen under a cloud in their own moist island, and to Orientals running away after a fight. By keeping the dun over 30 hours in my possession, I had acquired a kind of prescriptive right to it, and now began to look on it as my very own. Subsequent experience of his endurance and other good qualities enables me to endorse the Oriental saying that a stolen horse carries you well. Bidding farewell to my companions in defeat, who had certainly not been frightened out of their imaginations, I rode forth just when it was beginning to grow light. Roads and houses I studiously avoided, traveling on at an easy gallop, which took me about 10 miles an hour, till noon. Then I rested at a small rancho, where I fed and watered my horse, and recruited my own energies with roast beef and bitter mate. On again till dark. By that time I had covered about 40 miles, and began to feel both hungry and tired. I had passed several ranchos and estancia houses, but was shy of seeking entertainment at any of them, and so went farther, only to fare worse. When the brief twilight was darkening to night, I came upon a broad cart track, leading, I suppose, to Montevideo from the eastern part of the country, and, seeing a long, low rancho near it, which I recognized as a pulperia, or store, by the flagstaff planted before it, I resolved to purchase some refreshment for myself, then ride on a mile or two and spend the night under the stars, a safe roof if an airy one. Tying my horse to the gate, I went into the porch-like projection at the end of the rancho, which I found divided from the interior by the counter, with its usual grating of thick iron bars to protect the treasures of gin, rum, and comestibles from drunken or quarrelsome customers. As soon as I came into the porch, I began to regret having alighted at the place, for there, standing at the counter, smoking and drinking, were about a dozen very rough-looking men. Unfortunately for me, they had tied their horses under the shadow of a clump of trees some distance from the gate, so that I had missed seeing them on my arrival. Once amongst them, however, my only plan was to disguise my uneasiness, be very polite, get my refreshments, then make my escape as speedily as possible. They stared rather hard at me, but returned my salutation courteously. Then going to a disengaged corner of the counter, I rested my left elbow on it and called for bread, a box of sardines, and a tumbler of wine. "If you will join me, señores, the table is spread," said I, but they all declined my invitation with thanks, and I began to eat my bread and sardines. They appeared to be all persons living in the immediate neighborhood, for they addressed each other familiarly, and were conversing about love matters. One of them, however, soon dropped out of the conversation, and edging away from the others, stood a little space apart, leaning against the wall on the side of the porch farthest from me. I began to notice this man very particularly, for it was plain to see that I had excited his interest in an extraordinary manner, and I did not like his scrutiny. He was, without exception, the most murderous-looking villain I have ever had the misfortune to meet. That was the deliberate opinion I came to before I formed a closer acquaintance with him. He was a broad-chested, powerful-looking man of medium height. His hands he kept concealed under the large cloth poncho he wore, and he had on a slouch hat that just allowed his eyes to be seen under the rim. They were truculent, yellowish-green eyes that seemed to grow fiery and dim, and fiery again by turns, yet never for a single instant were they averted from my face. His black hair hung to the shoulders, and he also had a bristly mustache, which did not conceal his brutal mouth, nor was there any beard to hide his broad, swarthy jowl. His jaws were the only part of him that had any motion, while he stood there, still as a bronze statue watching me. At intervals he ground his teeth, after which he would slap his lips together 2 or 3 times, while a slimy froth, most sickening to see, gathered at the corners of his mouth. "Gandara, you are not drinking," said one of the gauchos, turning to him. He shook his head slightly without speaking or taking his eyes off my face, whereupon the man who had spoken smiled and resumed his conversation with the others. The long, intense, soul-trying scrutiny this brutal wretch had subjected me to came to a very sudden end. Quick as lightning, a long, broad knife flashed out from its concealment under his poncho, and with one cat-like bound he was before me, the point of his horrid weapon touching my poncho just over the pit of my stomach. "Do not move, rebel," he said in a husky voice. "If you move 1 hair's breadth, that moment you die." The other men all ceased talking, and looked on with some interest, but did not offer to interfere or make any remark. For one moment I felt as if an electric shock had gone through me, and then instantly I was calm. Never, in fact, have I felt more calm and collected than at that terrible moment. 'Tis a blessed instinct of self-preservation, which nature has provided us with. Feeble, timid men possess it in common with the strong and brave, as weak, persecuted wild animals have it as well as those that are fierce and bloodthirsty. It is the calm which comes without call, when death suddenly and unexpectedly rises up to stare us in the face. It tells us that there is one faint chance which a premature attempt to escape, or even a slight agitation, will destroy. "I have no wish to move, friend," I said, "but I am curious to know why you attack me." "Because you are a rebel. I have seen you before. You are one of Santa Coloma's officers. Here you shall stand with this knife touching you till you are arrested, or else with this knife in you here you shall die." "You are making a mistake," I said. "Neighbors," said he, speaking to the others, but without taking his eyes from my face, "will you tie this man hand and foot while I stand before him to prevent him from drawing any weapon he may have concealed under his poncho?" "We have not come here to arrest travelers," returned one of the men. "If he is a rebel, it is no concern of ours. Perhaps you are mistaken, Gandara." "No, no, I am not mistaken," he returned. "He shall not escape. I saw him at San Paulo with these eyes. When did they ever deceive me? If you refuse to assist me, then go one of you to the alcalde's house and tell him to come without delay, while I keep guard here." After a little discussion, one of the men offered to go and inform the alcalde. When he had left, I said, "My friend, may I finish my meal? I am hungry, and had just begun to eat when you drew your knife against me." "Yes, eat," he said, "only keep your hands well up so that I can see them. Perhaps you have a weapon at your waist." "I have not," I said, "for I am an inoffensive person, and do not require weapons." "Tongues were made to lie," he returned, truly enough. "If I see you drop your hand lower than the counter, I shall rip you up. We shall then be able to see whether you digest your food or not." I began to eat and sip my wine, still with those brutal eyes on my face and the keen knife point touching my poncho. There was now a ghastly look of horrible excitement on his face, while his teeth-grinding performances became more frequent and the slimy froth dropped continually from the corners of his mouth onto his bosom. I dared not look at the knife, because a terrible impulse to wrest it out of his hands kept rising in me. It was almost too strong to overcome, yet I knew that even the slightest attempt to escape would be fatal to me, for the fellow was evidently thirsty for my blood and only wanted an excuse to run me through. But what, I thought, if he were to grow tired of waiting, and, carried away by his murderous instincts, to plunge his weapon into me? In that case I should die like a dog, without having availed myself of my one chance of escape through over-caution. These thoughts were maddening. Still through it all I labored to observe an outwardly calm demeanor. My supper was done. I began to feel strangely weak and nervous. My lips grew dry. I was intensely thirsty and longed for more wine, yet dared not take it for fear that in my excited state even a very moderate amount of alcohol might cloud my brain. "How long will it take your friend to return with the alcalde?" I asked at length. Gandara made no reply. "A long time," said one of the men. "I, for one, cannot wait till he comes," and after that he took his departure. One by one they now began to drop away, till only 2 men besides Gandara remained in the porch. Still that murderous wretch kept before me like a tiger watching its prey, or rather like a wild boar, gnashing and foaming, and ready to rip up its adversary with horrid tusk. At length I made an appeal to him, for I began to despair of the alcalde coming to deliver me. "Friend," I said, "if you will allow me to speak, I can convince you that you are mistaken. I am a foreigner, and know nothing about Santa Coloma." "No, no," he interrupted, pressing the knife point warningly against my stomach, then suddenly withdrawing it as if about to plunge it into me. "I know you are a rebel. If I thought the alcalde were not coming, I would run you through at once and cut your throat afterwards. It is a virtue to kill a Blanco traitor, and if you do not go bound hand and foot from here, then here you must die. What, do you dare to say that I did not see you at San Paulo? That you are not an officer of Santa Coloma? Look, rebel, I will swear on this cross that I saw you there." Suiting the action to the word, he raised the hilt of the weapon to his lips to kiss the guard, which with the handle formed a cross. That pious action was the first slip he had made, and gave the first opportunity that had come to me during all that terrible interview. Before he had ceased speaking, the conviction that my time had come flashed like lightning through my brain. Just as his slimy lips kissed the hilt, my right hand dropped to my side and grasped the handle of my revolver under my poncho. He saw the movement and very quickly recovered the handle of his knife. In another second of time he would have driven the blade through me, but that second was all I now required. Straight from my waist and from under my poncho I fired. His knife fell ringing to the floor. He swerved, then fell back, coming to the ground with a heavy thud. Over his falling body I leaped, and almost before he had touched the ground was several yards away. Then, wheeling round, I found the 2 other men rushing out after me. "Back!" I shouted, covering the foremost of the 2 with my revolver. They instantly stood still. "We are not following you, friend," said one, "but only wish to get out of the place." "Back or I fire," I repeated, and then they retreated into the porch. They had stood by unconcerned while their cutthroat comrade Gandara was threatening my life, so that I naturally felt angry with them. I sprang upon my horse, but instead of riding away at once, stood for some minutes by the gate watching the 2 men. They were kneeling by Gandara, one opening his clothes to look for the wound, the other holding a flaring candle over his ashen, corpse-like face. "Is he dead?" I asked. One of the men looked up and answered, "It appears so." "Then," I returned, "I make you a present of his carcass." After that, digging my spurs into my horse, I galloped away. Some readers might imagine, after what I had related, that my sojourn in the Purple Land had quite brutalized me. I am happy to inform them that it was not so. Whatever a man's individual character may happen to be, he has always a strong inclination in him to reply to an attack in the spirit in which it is made. He does not call the person who playfully ridicules his foibles a whitened sepulchre or an unspeakable scoundrel, and the same principle holds good when it comes to actual physical fighting. If a French gentleman were to call me out, I dare say, I should go to the encounter twirling my mustache, bowing down to the ground, all smiles and compliments, and that I should select my rapier with a pleasant kind of feeling, like that experienced by a satirist about to write a brilliant article while picking out a pen with a suitable nib. On the other hand, if a murderous brute with truculent eyes and gnashing teeth attempts to disembowel me with a butcher's knife, the instinct of self-preservation comes out in all its old original ferocity, inspiring the heart with such implacable fury that after spilling his blood I could spurn his loathsome carcass with my foot. I do not wonder at myself for speaking those savage words. That he was past recall seemed certain, yet not a shade of regret did I feel at his death. Joy at the terrible retribution I had been able to inflict on the murderous wretch was the only emotion I experienced when galloping away into the darkness. Such joy that I could have sung and shouted aloud had it not seemed imprudent to indulge in such expression of feeling. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 21. After my terrible adventure, I did not rest badly that night, albeit I slept on an empty stomach, the sardines counting as nothing, and under the vast, void sky, powdered with innumerable stars. And when I proceeded next day on my journey, God's light, as the pious Orientals call the first wave of glory with which the rising sun floods the world, had never seemed so pleasant to my eyes, nor had earth ever looked fresher or lovelier, with the grass and bushes everywhere hung with starry lace, sparkling with countless dewy gems, which the Jairus had woven overnight. Life seemed very sweet to me on that morning, so softening my heart that when I remembered the murderous wretch who had endangered it, I almost regretted that he was now probably blind and deaf to nature's sweet ministrations. Before noon I came to a large thatched house with clumps of shady trees growing near it, also surrounded with brushwood fences and sheep and cattle enclosures. The blue smoke curling peacefully up from the chimney and the white gleam of the walls through the shady trees, for this rancho actually boasted a chimney and whitewashed walls, looked exceedingly inviting to my tired eyes. How pleasant a good breakfast, with a long siesta in the shade after it, would be, thought I. But alas, was I not pursued by the awful phantoms of political vengeance? Uncertain whether to call or not, my horse jogged straight on towards the house, for a horse always knows when his rider is in doubt, and never fails at such times to give his advice. It was lucky for me that on this occasion I condescended to take it. I will at all events call for a drink of water and see what the people are like, I thought, and in a few minutes I was standing at the gate, apparently an object of great interest to half a dozen children ranging from 2 to 13 years old, all staring at me with wide-open eyes. They had dirty faces, the smallest one dirty legs also, for he or she wore nothing but a small shirt. The next in size had a shirt supplemented with a trousers-like garment reaching to the knees, and so on, progressively up to the biggest boy, who wore the cast-off parental toggery, and so, instead of having too little on, was, in a sense, overdressed. I asked this youngster for a can of water to quench my thirst and a stick of fire to light my cigar. He ran into the kitchen or living room, and by came out again without either water or fire. "Papita wishes you to come in to drink maté," said he. Then I dismounted, and with the careless air of a blameless, non-political person, strode into the spacious kitchen, where an immense cauldron of fat was boiling over a big fire on the hearth, while beside it, ladle in hand, sat a perspiring, greasy-looking woman of about 30. She was engaged in skimming the fat and throwing the scum on the fire, which made it blaze with a furious joy and loudly cry out in a crackling voice for more. And from head to feet she was literally bathed in grease, certainly the most greasy individual I had ever seen. It was not easy under the circumstances to tell the colour of her skin, but she had fine, large Juno eyes, and her mouth was unmistakably good-humoured as she smiled when returning my salutation. Her husband sat on the clay floor against the wall, his bare feet stretched straight out before him, while across his lap lay an immense surcingle, 20 inches broad at least, of a pure white, untanned hide, and on it he was laboriously working a design representing an ostrich hunt with threads of black skin. He was a short, broad-shouldered man with reddish-grey hair, stiff, bristly whiskers, and moustache of the same hue, sharp blue eyes, and a nose decidedly upturned. He wore a red cotton handkerchief tied on his head, a blue check shirt, and a shawl wound round his body in place of the chiripa usually worn by native peasants. He jerked out his buen dia to me in a short, quick, barking voice, and invited me to sit down. "Cold water is bad for the constitution at this hour," he said. "We will drink maté." There was such a rough, burr-like sound in his speech that I at once concluded he was a foreigner, or hailed from some Oriental district corresponding to our Durham or Northumberland. "Thank you," I said. "A maté is always welcome. I am an Oriental in that respect, if in nothing else, for I wished everyone I met to know that I was not a native." "Right, my friend," he exclaimed. "Maté is the best thing in this country. As for the people, they are not worth cursing." "How can you say such a thing?" I returned. "You are a foreigner, I suppose, but your wife is surely an Oriental." The Juno of the grease pot smiled and threw a ladleful of tallow on the fire to make it roar. Possibly this was meant for applause. He waved his hand deprecatingly, the bradawl used for his work in it. "True, French she is," he replied. "Women, like horned cattle, are much the same all the world over. They have their value wherever you find them. America, Europe, Asia. We know it. I spoke of men." "You scarcely do women justice. La mujer es un ángel del cielo," I returned, quoting the old Spanish song. He barked out a short little laugh. "That does very well to sing to a guitar," he said. "Talking of guitars," spoke the woman, addressing me for the first time, "while we are waiting for the maté, Perhaps you will sing us a ballad. The guitar is lying just behind you." "Señora, I do not play on it," I answered. "An Englishman goes forth into the world without that desire, common to people of other nations, of making himself agreeable to those he may encounter on his way. This is why he does not learn to perform on musical instruments." The little man stared at me, then, deliberately disencumbering himself of surcingle, threads, and implements, he got up, advanced to me, and held out his hand. His grave manner almost made me laugh. Taking his hand in mine, I said, "What am I to do with this, my friend?" "Shake it," he replied. "We are countrymen." We then shook hands very vigorously for some time in silence, while his wife looked on with a smile and stirred the fat. "Woman," he said, turning to her, "leave your grease till tomorrow. Breakfast must be thought of. Is there any mutton in the house?" "Half a sheep only," she replied. "That will do for one meal," said he. "Here, Teofilo, run and tell Anselmo to catch 2 pullets. Fat one, mind, to be plucked at once. You may look for half a dozen fresh eggs for your mother to put in the stew. And Felipe, go find Cosme and tell him to saddle the roan pony, to go to the store at once. Now, wife, what is wanted? Rice, sugar, vinegar, oil, raisins, pepper, saffron, salt, cloves, common seed, wine, brandy." "Stop one moment," I cried. "If you think it necessary to get provisions enough for an army to give me breakfast, I must tell you that I draw the line at brandy. I never touch it in this country." He shook hands with me again. "You're right," he said. "Always stick to the native drink wherever you are, even if it is black draught, whisky in Scotland, and the Banda Oriental rum. That's my rule." The place was now in a great commotion, the children saddling ponies, shouting in pursuit of fugitive chickens, and my energetic host ordering his wife about. After the boy was dispatched for the things, and my horse taken care of, we sat for half an hour in the kitchen, sipping maté and conversing very agreeably. Then my host took me out into his garden behind the house, to be out of his wife's way while she was engaged cooking breakfast, and there he began talking in English. "25 years I have been on this continent," said he, telling me his history. 18 of them in the Banda Oriental. "Well, you have not forgotten your language," I said. "I suppose you read?" "Read? What? I would as soon think of wearing trousers. No, no, my friend, never read. Leave politics alone. When people molest you, shoot 'em. Those are my rules. Edinburgh was my home. Had enough reading when I was a boy. Heard enough psalm singing. Saw enough scrubbing and scouring to last me my lifetime. My father was a bookseller in the High Street, near the Cowgate, you know. Mother, she was pious. They were all pious. Uncle, a minister, lived with us. That was all worse than purgatory to me. I was educated at the high school, intended for the ministry. Ha ha. My only pleasure was to get a book of travels in some savage country, skulk into my room, throw off my boots, light a pipe, and lie on the floor reading, locked up from everyone. Sundays just the same. They called me a sinner, said I was going to the devil fast. It was my nature. They didn't understand, kept on ding-donging in my ears, always scrubbing, scouring. You might have eaten your dinner off the floor, always singing psalms, praying, scolding. Couldn't bear it. Ran away at 15 and have never heard a word from home since. What happened? I came here, worked, saved, bought land, cattle, married a wife, lived as I liked to live, am happy. There's my wife, mother of 6 children. You've seen her yourself. A woman for a man to be proud of. No ding-donging black looks, scouring from Monday to Saturday. You couldn't eat your dinner off my kitchen floor. There are my children, 6 of 'em, all told, boys and girls. Healthy, dirty as they like to be, happy as the day is long. And here am I, John Carrickfergus, Don Juan all the country over. My surname no native can pronounce. Respected, feared, loved. A man his neighbour can rely on to do him a good turn. One who never hesitates about putting a bullet in any vulture, wildcat, or assassin that crosses his path. Now you know all. An extraordinary history, I said, but I suppose you teach your children something. Teach 'em nothing, he returned with emphasis. All we think about in the old country are books, cleanliness, clothes, what's good for soul, brain, stomach, and we make 'em miserable. Liberty for everyone, that's my rule. Dirty children are healthy, happy children. If a bee stings you in England, you clap on fresh dirt to cure the pain. Here, we cure all kinds of pain with dirt. If my child is ill, I dig up a spadeful of fresh mould and rub it well. Best remedy out. I'm not religious, but I remember one miracle. The Saviour spat on the ground and made mud with the spittle to anoint the eyes of the blind man. Made him see directly. What does that mean? Common remedy of the country, of course. He didn't need the clay, but followed the custom, same as in the other miracles. In Scotland, dirt's wickedness. How'd they reconcile that with Scripture? I don't say nature, mind, I say Scripture, because the Bible's the book they swear by, though they didn't write it. I shall think over what you say about children, and the best way to rear them, I returned. I needn't decide in a hurry, as I haven't any yet. He barked his short laugh and led me back to the house, where the arrangements for breakfast were now completed. The children took their meal in the kitchen. We had ours in a large, cool room adjoining it. There was a small table laid with a spotless white cloth, and real crockery plates, and real knives and forks. There were also real glass tumblers, bottles of Spanish wine, and snow-white pan criollo. Evidently, my hostess had made good use of her time. She came in immediately after we were seated, and I scarcely recognized her, for she was not only clean now, but good-looking as well, with that rich olive colour on her oval face, her black hair well arranged, and her dark eyes full of tender, loving light. She was now wearing a white merino dress with a quaint maroon-coloured pattern on it, and a white silk kerchief fastened with a gold brooch at her neck. It was pleasant to look at her, and noticing my admiring glances, she blushed when she sat down, then laughed. The breakfast was excellent. Roast mutton to begin, then a dish of chickens stewed with rice, nicely flavoured and coloured with red Spanish pimentón. A fowl, roasted or boiled, as we eat them in England, is wasted, compared with this delicious guiso de poto, which one gets in any rancho in the Banda Orient. After the meats, we sat for an hour, cracking walnuts, sipping wine, smoking cigarettes, and telling amusing stories. And I doubt whether there were 3 happier people in all Uruguay that morning than the unscotched Scotchman, John Carrickfergus, his unding-donging native wife, and their guest, who had shot his man on the previous evening. After breakfast, I spread my poncho on the dry grass under a tree to sleep the siesta. My slumbers lasted a long time, and on waking, I was surprised to find my host and hostess seated on the grass near me, he busy ornamenting his surcingle, she with the maté cup in her hand and a kettle of hot water beside her. She was drying her eyes, I fancied, when I opened mine. "Awake at last," cried Don Juan pleasantly. "Come and drink maté. Wife just been crying, you see." She made a sign for him to hold his peace. "Why not speak of it, Candelaria?" he said. "Where is the harm? You see, my wife thinks you have been in the wars, a Santa Coloma man running away to save his throat." "How much does she make that out?" I asked, in some confusion and very much surprised. "How? Don't you know women? You said nothing about where you had been, Prudence. That was one thing. Looked confused when we talked of the revolution. Not a word to say about it. More evidence. Your poncho, lying there, shows 2 big cuts in it. Torn by thorns, said I. Sword cuts, said she. We were arguing about it when you woke." "She guessed rightly," I said, "and I am ashamed of myself for not telling you before. But why should your wife cry?" Woman-like, he answered, waving his hand. "Always ready to cry over the beaten one. That is the only politics they know." "Did I not say that woman is an angel from heaven?" I returned. Then, taking her hand, I kissed it. This is the first time I have kissed a married woman's hand, but the husband of such a wife will know better than to be jealous. "Jealous, ha ha!" he laughed. "It would have made me prouder if you had kissed her cheek." "One, a nice thing to say!" exclaimed his wife, slapping his hand tenderly. Then, while we sipped maté, I told them the history of my campaign, finding it necessary, when explaining my motives for joining the rebels, to make some slight deviations from the strictest form of truth. He agreed that my best plan was to go on to Rocha, to wait there for a passport before proceeding to Montevideo, but I was not allowed to leave them that day, and, while we talked over our maté, Candelaria deftly repaired the telltale cuts in my poncho. I spent the afternoon making friends with the children, who proved to be very intelligent and amusing little beggars, telling them some nonsensical stories I invented, and listening to their birds' nesting, armadillo chasing, and other adventures. Then came a late dinner, after which the children said their prayers and retired. Then we smoked and sang songs without an accompaniment, and I finished a happy day by sinking to sleep in a soft, clean bed. I had announced my intention of leaving at daybreak next morning, and when I woke, finding it already light, I dressed hastily, and going out found my horse already saddled, standing, with 3 other saddled horses at the gate. In the kitchen I found Don Juan, his wife, and the 2 biggest boys having their early maté. My host told me that he had been up an hour and was only waiting to wish me a prosperous journey before going out to gather up his cattle. He at once wished me good-bye, and with his 2 boys went off, leaving me to partake of poached eggs and coffee, quite an English breakfast. I then rose and thanked the good señora for her hospitality. "One moment," she said, when I held out my hand, and drawing a small silk bag from her bosom, she offered it to me. "My husband has given me permission to present you with this at parting. It is only a small gift, but while you are in this trouble and away from all your friends, it perhaps might be of use to you." I did not wish to take money from her after all the kind treatment I had received, and so allowed the purse to lie on my open hand where she had placed it. "And if I cannot accept it," I began. "Then you will hurt me very much," she replied. "Could you do that after the kind words you spoke yesterday?" I could not resist, but after putting the purse away, took her hand and kissed it. "Goodbye, Candelaria," I said. "You have made me love your country and repent every harsh word I have ever spoken against it." Her hand remained in mine. She stood smiling, and did not seem to think the last word had been spoken yet. Then, seeing her there, looking so sweet and loving, and remembering the words her husband had spoken the day before, I stooped and kissed her cheek and lips. "Adieu, my friend, and God be with you," she said. I think there were tears in her eyes when I left her, but I could not see clearly, for mine also had suddenly grown dim. And only the day before I had felt amused at the sight of this woman sitting hot and greasy over her work, and had called her Juno of the grease pot. Now, after an acquaintance of about 18 hours, I had actually kissed her, a wife and the mother of 6 children, bidding her adieu with trembling voice and moist eyes. I know that I shall never forget those eyes, full of sweet, pure affection and tender sympathy, looking into mine. All my life long shall I think of Candelaria, loving her like a sister. Could any woman in my own ultra-civilized and excessively proper country inspire me with a feeling like that in so short a time? I fancy not. Oh, civilization, with your million conventions, soul and body withering prudishness, vain education for the little ones, going to church in best black clothes, unnatural craving for cleanliness, feverish striving after comforts that bring no comfort to the heart, are you a mistake altogether? Candelaria and that genial runaway, John Carrickfergus, make me think so. Ah, yes, we are all vainly seeking after happiness in the wrong way. It was with us once in ours, but we despised it, for it was only the old common happiness which Nature gives to all her children, and we went away from it in search of another, grander kind of happiness, which some dreamer, Bacon or another, assured us we should find. We had only to conquer Nature, find out her secrets, make her our obedient slave, then the earth would be Eden, and every man Adam, and every woman Eve. We are still marching bravely on, conquering Nature, but how weary and sad we are getting. The old joy in life and gaiety of heart have vanished, though we do sometimes pause for a few moments in our long, forced march to watch the labours of some pale mechanician seeking after perpetual motion, and indulge in a little dry, cackling laugh at his expense. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 22. After leaving John and Candelaria's home of liberty and love, nothing further worth recording happened till I had nearly reached the desired haven of the Lomas de Rocha, a place which I was, after all, never destined to see except from a great distance. A day unusually brilliant, even for this bright climate, was drawing to a close, it being within about 2 hours of sunset, when I turned out of my way to ascend a hill with a very long, ridge-like summit falling away at one end, appearing like the last sierra of a range just where it dies down into the level plain. Only in this instance the range itself did not exist. The solitary hill was covered with short tussocks of yellow, wiry grass, with occasional bushes, while near the summit large slabs of sandstone appeared just above the surface, looking like gravestones in some old village churchyard, with all their inscriptions obliterated by time and weather. From this elevation, which was about 100 feet above the plain, I wished to survey the country before me, for I was tired and hungry. So was my horse, and I was anxious to find a resting place before night. Before me, the country stretched away in vast undulations towards the ocean, which was not, however, in sight. Not the faintest stain of vapour appeared on the immense crystalline dome of heaven, while the stillness and transparency of the atmosphere seemed almost preternatural. A blue gleam of water, southeast of where I stood, and many leagues distant, I took to be the lake of Rocha. On the western horizon were faint, blue, cloud-like masses with pearly peaks. They were not clouds, however, but the sierras of the range weirdly named Cuchilla de las Animas, ghost-haunted mountains. At length, like a person who puts his binocular into his pocket and begins to look about him, I recalled my vision from its wanderings over illimitable space to examine the objects close at hand. On the slope of the hill, 60 yards from my standpoint, were some deep green dwarf bushes, each bush looking in that still, brilliant sunshine as if it had been hewn out of a block of malachite, and on the pale, purple, solanaceous flowers covering them, some bumblebees were feeding. It was the humming of the bees, coming distinctly to my ears, that first attracted my attention to the bushes, for so still was the atmosphere that at that distance apart, 60 yards, 2 persons might have conversed easily without raising their voices. Much farther down, about 200 yards from the bushes, a harrier hawk stood on the ground, tearing at something it had captured, feeding in that savage, suspicious manner usual with hawks, with long pauses between the bites. Over the harrier hovered a brown milvago hawk, a vulture-like bird in its habits, that lives by picking up unconsidered trifles. Envious at the other's good fortune, or fearing, perhaps, that not even the crumbs or feathers of the feast were going to be left, it was persecuting the harrier by darting down at intervals with an angry cry and aiming a blow with its wing. The harrier methodically ducked its head each time its tormentor rushed down at it, after which it would tear its prey again in its uncomfortable manner. Farther away, in the depression running along at the foot of the hill, meandered a small stream, so filled with aquatic grasses and plants that the water was quite concealed, its course appearing like a vivid green snake miles long, lying there basking in the sunshine. At the point of the stream nearest to me, an old man was seated on the ground, apparently washing himself, for he was stooping over a little pool of water, while behind him stood his horse with patient, drooping head, occasionally switching off the flies with its tail. A mile farther on stood a dwelling which looked to me like an old estancia house, surrounded by large shade trees growing singly or in irregular clumps. It was the only house near, but after gazing at it for some time I concluded that it was uninhabited, for even at that distance I could see plainly that there were no human beings moving about it, no horse or other domestic animal near, and there were certainly no hedges or enclosures of any description. Slowly I went down the hill and to the old man sitting beside the stream. I found him engaged in the seemingly difficult operation of disentangling a luxuriant crop of very long hair which had somehow, possibly from long neglect, got itself into great confusion. He had dipped his head into the water, and with an old comb, boasting about 7 or 8 teeth, was laboriously and with infinite patience drawing out the long hairs, a very few at a time. After saluting him, I lit a cigarette and, leaning on the neck of my horse, watched his efforts for some time with profound interest. He toiled away in silence for 5 or 6 minutes, then dipped his head in the water again, and while carefully wringing the wet out, he remarked that my horse looked tired. "Yes," I replied, "so is his rider. Can you tell me who lives in that estancia?" "My master," he returned laconically. "Is he a good-hearted man, one who will give shelter to a stranger?" I asked. He took a very long time to answer me, then said, "He has nothing to say about such matters." "An invalid?" I remarked. Another long pause, then he shook his head and tapped his forehead significantly, after which he resumed his mermaid task. "Demented?" said I. He elevated an eyebrow and shrugged his shoulders, but said nothing. After a long silence, for I was anxious not to irritate him with too much questioning, I ventured to remark, "Well, they will not set the dogs on me, will they?" He grinned and said that it was an establishment without dogs. I paid him for his information with a cigarette, which he took very readily, and seemed to think smoking a pleasant relief after his disentangling labours. An estancia without dogs, and where the master has nothing to say. That sounds strange, I remarked tentatively, but he puffed on in silence. "What is the name of the house?" I said, after remounting my horse. "It is a house without a name," he replied, and after this rather unsatisfactory interview I left him and slowly went on to the estancia. On approaching the house I saw that there had formerly been a large plantation behind it, of which only a few dead stumps now remained, the ditches that had enclosed them being now nearly obliterated. The place was ruinous and overgrown with weeds. Dismounting, I led my horse along a narrow path through a perfect wilderness of wild sunflowers, horehound, redweed, and thornapple, up to some poplar trees where there had once been a gate, of which only 2 or 3 broken posts remained, standing in the ground. From the old gate the path ran on, still through weeds, to the door of the house, which was partly of stone and partly of red brick, with a very steep, sloping, tiled roof. Beside the ruined gate, leaning against a post, with the hot afternoon sun shining on her uncovered head, stood a woman in a rusty black dress. She was about 26 or 27 years old, and had an unutterably weary, desponding expression on her face, which was colourless as marble, except for the purple stains under her large dark eyes. She did not move when I approached her, but raised her sorrowful eyes to my face, apparently feeling little interest in my arrival. I took off my hat to salute her, and said, "Señora, my horse is tired, and I am seeking for a resting place. Can I have shelter under your roof?" "Yes, caballero, why not?" she returned in a voice even more significant of sorrow than her countenance. I thanked her, and waited for her to lead the way, but she still remained standing before me, with eyes cast down, and a hesitating, troubled look on her face. "Señora," I began, "if a stranger's presence in the house would be inconvenient—" "No, no, señor, it is not that," she interrupted quickly. Then, sinking her voice almost to a whisper, she said, "Tell me, señor, have you come from the department of Florida? Have you been at San Paulo?" I hesitated a little, then answered that I had. "On which side?" she asked quickly, with a strange eagerness in her voice. "Ah, señora," I returned, "why do you ask me, only a poor traveller who comes for a night's shelter, such a question?" "Why, perhaps for your good, señor. Remember, women are not like men, implacable. A shelter you shall have, señor, but it is best that I should know." "You are right," I returned. "Forgive me for not answering you at once. I was with Santa Coloma, the rebel." She held out her hand to me, but before I could take it, withdrew it, and covering her face, began to cry. Presently, recovering herself and turning towards the house, she asked me to follow. Her gestures and tears had told me eloquently enough that she too belonged to the unhappy Blanco party. "Have you then lost some relation in this fight, señora?" I asked. "No, señor," she replied; "but if our party had triumphed, perhaps deliverance would have come to me. Ah, no, I lost my relations long ago, all except my father. You shall know presently, when you see him, why our cruel enemies refrained from shedding his blood." By that time we had reached the house. There had once been a verandah to it, but this had long fallen away, leaving the walls, doors, and windows exposed to sun and rain. Lichen covered the stone walls, while in the crevices and over the tiled roof weeds and grass had flourished, but this vegetation had died with the summer heats, and was now parched and yellow. She led me into a spacious room, so dimly lighted from the low door and one small window that it seemed quite dark to me, coming from the bright sunlight. I stood for a few moments trying to accustom my eyes to the gloom, while she, advancing to the middle of the apartment, bent down and spoke to an aged man seated in a leather-bound easy chair. "Papa," she said, "I have brought in a young man, a stranger who has asked for shelter under our roof. Welcome him, papa." Then she straightened herself, and passing behind the chair, stood leaning on it, facing me. "I wish you good day, señor," I said, advancing with a little hesitation. There before me sat a tall, bent old man, wasted almost to a skeleton, with a grey, desolate face and long hair and beard of a silver whiteness. He was wrapped in a light-coloured poncho and wore a black skull cap on his head. When I spoke, he leant back in his seat and began scanning my face with strangely fierce, eager eyes, all the time twisting his long, thin fingers together in a nervous, excited manner. "What, Calixto!" he exclaimed at length. "Is this the way you come into my presence? Ha! You thought I would not recognize you. Down, down, boy, on your knees." I glanced at his daughter standing behind him. She was watching my face anxiously, and made a slight inclination with her head. Taking this as an intimation to obey the old man's commands, I went down on my knees and touched my lips to the hand he extended. "May God give you grace, my son," he said with tremulous voice. Then he continued, "What, did you expect to find your old father blind then? I would know you amongst 1,000, Calixto. Ah, my son, why have you kept away so long? Stand, my son, and let me embrace you." He rose up, tottering from his chair, and threw his arm about me. Then, after gazing into my face for some moments, deliberately kissed me on both cheeks. "Ah, Calixto," he continued, putting his trembling hands upon my shoulders and gazing into my face out of his wild, sunken eyes, "do I need to ask where you have been? Where should a Peralta be but in the smoke of the battle, in the midst of carnage, fighting for the Banda Oriental? I did not complain of your absence, Calixto. Demetria will tell you that I was patient through all these years, for I knew you would come back to me at last wearing the laurel wreath of victory. And I, Calixto, what have I worn sitting here? A crown of nettles. Yes, for 100 years I have worn it. You are my witness, Demetria, my daughter, that I have worn this crown of stinging nettles for 100 years." He sank back, apparently exhausted, in his chair, and I uttered a sigh of relief, thinking the interview was now over. But I was mistaken. His daughter placed a chair for me at his side. "Sit here, señor, and talk to my father while I have your horse taken care of," she whispered, and then quickly glided from the room. This was rather hard on me, I thought, but while whispering those few words, she touched my hand lightly and turned her wistful eyes with a grateful look on mine, and I was glad for her sake that I had not blundered. Presently the old man roused himself again and began talking eagerly, asking me 100 wild questions, to which I was compelled to reply, still trying to keep up the character of the long-lost son just returned victorious from the wars. "Tell me where you have fought and overcome the enemy," he exclaimed, raising his voice almost to a scream. "Where have they flown from you like chaff before the wind? Where have you trodden them down under your horse's hoofs? Name the places and the battles to me, Calixto." I felt strongly inclined just then to jump up and rush out of the room, so trying was this mad conversation to my nerves. But I thought of his daughter Demetria's white, pathetic face, and restrained the impulse. Then, in sheer desperation, I began to talk madly as himself. I thought I would make him sick of warlike subjects. Everywhere, I cried, we had defeated, slaughtered, scattered to the four winds of heaven the infamous Colorados. From the sea to the Brazilian frontier we have been victorious. With sword, lance, and bayonet we have stormed and taken every town from Tacuarembó to Montevideo. Every river from the Jaguaron to the Uruguay had run red with Colorado blood. In forests and sierras we had hunted them, flying like wild beasts from us. We had captured them in thousands, only to cut their throats, crucify them, blow them from guns, and tear them limb by limb to pieces with wild horses. I was only pouring oil on the blazing fire of his insanity. "Aha!" he shouted, his eyes sparkling, while he wildly clutched my arm with his skinny, claw-like hands. "Did I not know? Have I not said it? Did I not fight for 100 years, wading through blood every day, and then at last send you forth to finish the battle? And every day our enemies came and shouted in my ears, 'Victory! Victory!' They told me you were dead, Calixto, that their weapons had pierced you, that they had given your flesh to be devoured of wild dogs, and I shouted with laughter to hear them. I laughed in their faces and clapped my hands and cried out, 'Prepare your throats for the sword, traitors, slaves, assassins, for a Peralta, even Calixto, devoured of wild dogs, is coming to execute vengeance. What, will God not leave one strong arm to strike at the tyrant's breast? One Peralta in all this land? Fly, miscreants! Die, wretches! He has risen from the grave! He has come back from hell, armed with hell fire to burn your towns to ashes, to extirpate you utterly from the earth!' His thin, tremulous voice had risen towards the close of this mad speech to a reedy shriek that rang through the quiet, darkening house like the long, shrill cry of some waterfowl heard at night in the desolate marshes. Then he loosened his hold on my arm and dropped back, moaning and shivering, into his seat. His eyes closed, his whole frame trembled, and he looked like a person just recovering from an epileptic fit. Then he seemed to sink to sleep. It was now getting quite dark, for the sun had been down some time, and it was with the greatest relief that I saw Doña Demetria gliding like a ghost into the room. She touched me on the arm and whispered, 'Come, señor, he is asleep now.' I followed her out into the fresh air, which had never seemed so fresh before. Then, turning to me, she hurriedly whispered, 'Remember, señor, that what you have told me is a secret. Say not one word of it to any other person here.'" End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 23. She then led me to the kitchen at the end of the house. It was one of those roomy, old-fashioned kitchens still to be found in a few estancia houses built in colonial times, in which the fireplace, raised a foot or two above the floor, extends the whole width of the room. It was large and dimly lighted, the walls and rafters black with a century's smoke and abundantly festooned with sooty cobwebs. But a large, cheerful fire blazed on the hearth, while before it stood a tall, gaunt woman engaged in cooking the supper and serving maté. This was Ramona, an old servant on the estancia. There also sat my friend of the tangled tresses, which he had evidently succeeded in combing well out, for they now hung down quite smooth on his back and as long as a woman's hair. Another person was also seated near the fire, whose age might have been anything from 25 to 45, for he had, I think, a mixture of Indian blood in his veins, and one of those smooth, dry, dark faces that change but little with age. He was an undersized, wiry-looking man, with a small, intensely black moustache, but no whiskers or beard. He seemed to be a person of some consequence in the house, and when my conductress introduced him to me as Don Hilario, he rose to his feet and received me with a profound bow. In spite of his excessive politeness, I conceived a feeling of distrust towards him from the moment I saw him, and this was because his small, watchful eyes were perpetually glancing at my face in a furtive manner, only to glance swiftly away again whenever I looked at him, for he seemed quite incapable of meeting the gaze of another. We drank maté and talked a little, but were not a lively party. Doña Demetria, though she sat with us, scarcely contributed a word to the conversation, while the long-haired man, Santos by name, and the only peon on the establishment, smoked his cigarette and sipped his maté in absolute silence. Bony old Ramona at length dished up the supper and carried it out of the kitchen. We followed to the large living room where I had been before, and gathered round a small table, for these people, though apparently poverty-stricken, ate their meals after the manner of civilized beings. At the head of the table sat the fierce, old, white-haired man, staring at us out of his sunken eyes as we entered. Half rising from his seat, he mentioned to me to take a chair near him. Then, addressing Don Hilario, who sat opposite, he said, "This is my son Calixto, just returned from the wars, where, as you know, he has greatly distinguished himself." Don Hilario rose and bowed gravely. Demetria took the other end of the table, while Santos and Ramona occupied the two remaining seats. I was greatly relieved to find that the old man's mood had changed. There were no more wild outbursts like the one I had witnessed earlier in the evening. Only occasionally he would fix his strange, burning eyes on me in a way that made me exceedingly uncomfortable. We began the meal with broth, which we finished in silence, and while we ate, Don Hilario's swift glances incessantly flew from face to face. Demetria, pale and evidently ill at ease, keeping her eyes cast down all the time. "Is there no wine this evening, Ramona?" asked the old man in querulous tones when the old woman rose to remove the broth basins. "The master has not ordered me to put any on the table," she replied with asperity, and strongly emphasizing the obnoxious word. "What does this mean, Don Hilario?" said the old man, turning to his neighbour. "My son has just returned after a long absence. Are we to have no wine for an occasion like this?" Don Hilario, with a faint smile on his lips, drew a key from his pocket and passed it silently to Ramona. She rose, muttering, from the table and proceeded to unlock a cupboard, from which she took a bottle of wine. Then, going round the table, she poured out half a tumblerful for each person, excepting herself and Santos, who, to judge from his stolid countenance, did not expect any. "No, no," said old Peralta. "Give Santos wine, and pour yourself out a glass also, Ramona. You have both been good, faithful friends to me, and have nursed Calixto in his infancy. It is right that you should drink his health and rejoice with us at his return." She obeyed with alacrity, and old Santos's wooden face almost relaxed into a grin when he received his share of the purple fluid (I can scarcely call it juice) which maketh glad the heart of man. Presently old Peralta raised his glass and fixed his fierce, insane eyes on me. "Calixto, my son, we will drink your health," he said, "and may the curse of the Almighty fall on our enemies. May their bodies lie where they fall, till the hawks have consumed their flesh, and their bones have been trodden into dust by the cattle, and may their souls be tormented with everlasting fire." Silently they all raised their glasses to their lips, but when they set them down again, the points of Don Hilario's black moustache were raised as if by a smile, while Santos smacked his lips in token of enjoyment. After this ghastly toast, nothing more was spoken by anyone at the table. In oppressive silence we consumed the roast and boiled meat set before us, for I dared not hazard even the most commonplace remark, for fear of rousing my volcanic host into a mad eruption. When we had finished eating, Demetria rose and brought her father a cigarette. It was the signal that supper was over, and immediately afterwards she left the room, followed by the two servants. Don Hilario politely offered me a cigarette and lit one for himself. For some minutes we smoked in silence, until the old man gradually dropped asleep in his chair, after which we rose and went back to the kitchen. Even that sombre retreat now seemed cheerful after the silence and gloom of the dining room. Presently Don Hilario got up, and with many apologies for leaving me, explaining that he had been invited to assist at a dance at a neighbouring estancia, took himself off. Soon afterwards, though it was only about 9 o'clock, I was shown to a room where a bed had been prepared for me. It was a large, musty-smelling apartment, almost empty, there being only my bed and a few tall, upright chairs, bound with leather and black with age. The floor was tiled, and the ceiling was covered with a dusty canopy of cobwebs, on which flourished a numerous colony of long-legged house spiders. I had no disposition to sleep at that early hour, and even envied Don Hilario, away enjoying himself with the Rocha beauties. My door, looking out to the front, was standing wide open. The full moon had just risen, and was filling the night with its mystic splendor. Putting out my candle, for the house was now all dark and silent, I softly went out for a stroll. Under a clump of trees not far off, I found an old rustic bench and sat down on it, for the place was all such a tangled wilderness of great weeds that walking was scarcely practicable and very unpleasant. The old, half-ruined house, in the midst of the dusky desolation, began to assume in the moonlight a singularly weird and ghost-like appearance. Near me, on one side, was an irregular row of poplar trees, and the long, dark lines cast from them by the moon fell across a wide, open space where the rank-growing thorn apples predominated. In the spaces between the broad bands made by the poplar tree shadows, the foliage appeared of a dim, hoary blue, starred over with the white blossoms of this night-flowering weed. About these flowers several big grey moths were hovering, suddenly appearing out of the black shadows, and when looked for, noiselessly vanishing again in their mysterious, ghost-like manner. Not a sound disturbed the silence, except the faint, melancholy trill of one small, night-singing cicada from somewhere near, a faint, aerial voice that seemed to be wandering lost in infinite space, rising and floating away in its loneliness, while earth listened, hushed into preternatural stillness. Presently, a large owl came noiselessly flying by, and perching on the topmost boughs of a neighbouring tree, began hooting a succession of monotonous notes, sounding like the baying of a bloodhound at a vast distance. Another owl by and by responded from some far-off quarter, and the dreary duet was kept up for half an hour. Whenever one bird ceased his solemn boo, 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 I found myself with stilled breath straining my sense to catch the answering notes, fearing to stir lest I should lose them. A phosphorescent gleam swept by close to my face, making me start at its sudden appearance, then passed away, trailing a line of faint light over the dusky weeds. The passing firefly served to remind me that I was not smoking, and the thought then occurred to me that a cigar might possibly have the effect of relieving me from the strange, indefinable feeling of depression that had come over me. I put my hand into my pocket and drew out a cigar and bit the end off, but when about to strike a vesta on my matchbox, I shuddered and dropped my hand. The very thought of striking a loud, exploding match was unendurable to me, so strangely nervous did I feel. Or possibly it was a superstitious mood I had fallen into. It seemed to me at that moment that I had somehow drifted into a region of mystery, peopled only by unearthly, fantastic beings. The people I had supped with did not seem like creatures of flesh and blood. The small, dark countenance of Don Hilario, with its shifty glances and Mephistophelian smile, Demetria's pale, sorrowful face, and the sunken, insane eyes of her old, white-haired father, were all about me in the moonlight and amongst the tangled greenery. I dared not move. I scarcely breathed. The very weeds, with their pale, dusky leaves, were like things that had a ghostly life, and while I was in this morbid condition of mind, with that irrational fear momentarily increasing on me, I saw at a distance of about 30 yards a dark object which seemed to move, fluttering in an uncertain way towards me. I gazed intently on it, but it was motionless now, and appeared like a black, formless shadow within the shade of the trees. Presently it came again towards me, and passing into the clear moonlight, revealed a human figure. It flitted across the bright space and was lost in the shade of other trees, but it still approached, a waving, fluttering figure, advancing and receding, but always coming nearer. My blood turned cold in my veins. I could feel my hair standing up on my head until, unable to endure the terrible suspense longer, I jumped up from my seat. A loud exclamation of terror came from the figure, and then I saw that it was Demetria. I stammered out an apology for frightening her by jumping up, and finding that I had recognized her, she advanced to me. "Ah, you are not asleep, señor," said she quietly. "I saw you from my window come out here more than an hour ago. Finding you did not return, I began to grow anxious, and thought that, tired with your journey, you had fallen asleep out here. I came to wake you, and to warn you that it is very dangerous to lie sleeping with your face exposed to the full moon." I explained that I had felt restless and disinclined to sleep, regretted that I had caused her anxiety, and thanked her for her thoughtful kindness. Instead of leaving me then, she sat quietly down on the bench. "Señor," she said, "if it is your intention to continue your journey tomorrow, let me advise you not to do so. You can safely remain here for a few days, for in this sad house we have no visitors." I told her that, acting on Santa Coloma's advice, given to me before the fight, I was going on to the Lomas de Rocha to see a person named Florentino Blanco in that place, who would probably be able to procure me a passport from Montevideo. "How fortunate it is that you have told me this," she replied. "Every stranger now entering the Lomas is rigorously examined, and you could not possibly escape arrest if you went there. Remain with us, señor. It is a poor house, but we are well disposed towards you. Tomorrow Santos shall go with a letter from you to Don Florentino, who is always ready to serve us, and he will do what you wish without seeking you." I thanked her warmly, and accepted the offer of a refuge in her house. Somewhat to my surprise, she still remained seated on the bench. Presently she said, "It is natural, señor, that you should not be glad to remain in a house so triste, but there will be no repetition of all you were obliged to endure on first entering it. Whenever my father sees a young man, a stranger to him, he receives him as he received you today, mistaking him for his son. After the first day, however, he loses all interest in the new face, becoming indifferent and forgetting all he has said or imagined." This information relieved me, and I remarked that I supposed the loss of his son had been the cause of his malady. "You are right. Let me tell you how it happened," she replied. "For this estancia must seem to you a place unlike all others in the world, and it is only natural that a stranger should wish to know the reason of its sad condition. I know that I can speak without fear of these things to one who is a friend to Santa Coloma." "And to you, I hope, señorita," I said. "Thank you, señor. All my life has been spent here. When I was a child, my brother went into the army. Then my mother died, and I was left here alone, for the siege of Montevideo had begun, and I could not go there. At length my father received a terrible wound in action, and was brought here to die, as we thought. For months he lay on his bed, his life trembling in the balance. Our enemies triumphed at last. The siege was over, the Blanco leaders dead or driven into exile. My father had been one of the bravest officers in the Blanco forces, and could not hope to escape the general persecution. They only waited for his recovery to arrest him and convey him to the capital, where doubtless he would have been shot. While he lay in this precarious condition, every wrong and indignity was heaped upon us. Our horses were seized by the commander of the department, our cattle slaughtered or driven off and sold, while our house was searched for arms and visited every week by an officer who came to report on my father's health. One reason for this animosity was that Calixto, my brother, had escaped and maintained a guerrilla war against the government on the Brazilian frontier. At length my father recovered so far from his wounds as to be able to creep out for an hour every day, leaning on someone for support. Then 2 armed men were sent to keep guard here to prevent his escape. We were thus living in continual dread when one day an officer came and produced a written order from the comandante. He did not read it to me, but said it was an order for every person in the Rocha department to display a red flag on his house in token of rejoicing at a victory won by the government troops. I told him that we did not wish to disobey the commandante's orders, but had no red flag in the house to hang up. He answered that he had brought one for that purpose with him. He unrolled it and fastened it to a pole. Then, climbing to the roof of the house, he raised and made it fast there. Not satisfied with these insults, he ordered me to wake my father, who was sleeping, so that he also might see the flag over his house. My father came out, leaning on my shoulder, and when he had cast up his eyes and seen the red flag, he turned and cursed the officer. "Go back," he cried, "to the dog, your master, and tell him that Colonel Peralta is still a Blanco in spite of your dishonourable flag. Tell that insolent slave of Brazil that when I was disabled I passed my sword on to my son Calixto, who knows how to use it, fighting for his country's independence." The officer, who had mounted his horse by this time, laughed, and tossing the order from the commandancia at our feet, bowed derisively and galloped away. My father picked up the paper and read these words: "Let there be displayed on every house in this department a red flag in token of joy at the happy tidings of a victory won by the government troops, in which that recreant son of the Republic, the infamous assassin and traitor, Calixto Peralta, was slain." Alas, señor, loving his son above all things, hoping so much from him, and enfeebled by long suffering, My poor father could not resist this last blow. From that cruel moment he was deprived of reason, and to that calamity we owe it that he was not put to death, and that our enemies ceased to persecute us. Demetria shed some tears when telling me this tragical story. Poor woman, she had said little or nothing about herself, yet how great and enduring must have been her grief. I was deeply moved, and taking her hand, told her how deeply her sad story had pained me. Then she rose and bade me good night with a sad smile. Sad, but the first smile that had visited her grief-clouded countenance since I had seen her. I could well imagine that even the sympathy of a stranger must have seemed sweet to her in that dreary isolation. After she left me, I lit my cigar. The night had lost its ghostly character, and my fantastic superstitions had vanished. I was back once more in the world of men and women, and could only think of the inhumanity of man to man, and of the infinite pain silently endured by many hearts in that purple land. The only mystery still unsolved in that ruinous estancia was Don Hilario, who locked up the wine and was called master with bitter irony by Ramona, and who had thought it necessary to apologize to me for depriving me of his precious company that evening. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 24. I spent several days with the Peraltas at their desolate, kindless cattle farm, which was known in the country round simply as Estancia or Campos de Peralta. Such wearisome days they proved to me, and so anxious was I getting about Paquita away in Montevideo that I was more than once on the point of giving up waiting for the passport which Don Florentino had promised to get for me, and boldly venture forth without even that fig leaf into the open. Demetria's prudent counsels, however, prevailed, so that my departure was put off from day to day. The only pleasure I experienced in the house arose from the belief I entertained that my visit had made an agreeable break in the sad, monotonous life of my gentle hostess. Her tragical story had stirred my heart to a very deep pity, and as I grew every day to know her better, I began to appreciate and esteem her for her own pure, gentle, self-sacrificing character. Notwithstanding the dreary seclusion in which she had lived, seeing no society, and with only those old servants, so primitive in their ways, for company, there was not the slightest trace of rusticity in her manner. That, however, is not saying much, for Demetria, since in most ladies, most women, I might almost say, of Spanish origin, there is a natural grace and dignity of manner one only expects to find in women socially well placed in our own country. When we were all together at meals, or in the kitchen sipping maté, she was invariably silent, always with that shadow of some concealed anxiety on her face, but when alone with me, or when only old Santos and Ramona were present, the cloud would be gone. Her eyes would lighten up, and the rare smile come more frequently to her lips. Then, at times, she would become almost animated in conversation, listening with lively interest to all I told her about the great world of which she was so ignorant, and laughing, too, at her own ignorance of things known to every town-bred child. When these pleasant conversations took place in the kitchen, the two old servants would sit gazing at the face of their mistress, apparently absorbed in admiration. They evidently regarded her as the most perfect being that had ever been created, and though there was a ludicrous side to their simple idolatry, I ceased to wonder at it when I began to know her better. They reminded me of two faithful dogs always watching a beloved master's face, and showing in their eyes, glad or pathetic, how they sympathize with all his moods. As for old Colonel Peralta, he did nothing to make me uneasy. After the first day, he never talked to me, scarcely even noticing my presence, except to salute me in a ceremonious manner when we met at table. He would spend his day between his easy chair in the house and the rustic bench under the trees, where he would sit for hours at a time, leaning forward on his stick, his preternaturally brilliant eyes watching everything, seemingly with a keen, intelligent interest. But he would not speak. He was waiting for his son, thinking his fierce thoughts to himself. Like a bird blown far out over a tumultuous sea and wandering lost, his spirit was ranging over that wild and troubled past, that half a century of fierce passions and bloody warfare in which he had acted a conspicuous part. And perhaps it was sometimes even more in the future than the past, that glorious future when Calixto, lying far off in some mountain pass or on some swampy plain with the trailing creepers covering his bones, should come back victorious from the wars. My conversations with Demetria were not frequent, and before long they ceased altogether, for Don Hilario, who was not in harmony with us, was always there, polite, subdued, watchful, but not a man that one could take into his heart. The more I saw of him, the less I liked him, and though I am not prejudiced about snakes, as the reader already knows, believing as I do that ancient tradition has made us very unjust towards these interesting children of our universal mother, I can think of no epithet except snaky to describe this man. Wherever I happened to be about the place, he had a way of coming upon me, stealing through the weeds on his belly, as it were, then suddenly appearing unawares before me, while something in his manner suggested a subtle, cold-blooded, venomous nature. Those swift glances of his, which perpetually came and went with such bewildering rapidity, reminded me, not of the immovable, stony gaze of the serpent's lidless eyes, but of the flickering little forked tongue that flickers, vanishes, and flickers again, and is never for one moment at rest. Who was this man, and what did he there? Why was he, though manifestly not loved by anyone, absolute master of the estancia? He never asked me a question about myself, for it was not in his nature to ask questions, but he had evidently formed some disagreeable suspicions about me that made him look on me as a possible enemy. After I had been a few days in the house, he ceased going out, and wherever I went he was always ready to accompany me, or when I met Demetria and began conversing with her, there he would be to take part in our conversation. At length, the piece of paper so long waited for came from the Lomas de Rocha, and with that sacred document testifying that I was a subject of Her Britannic Majesty, Queen Victoria, all fears and hesitation were dismissed from my mind, and I prepared to depart for Montevideo. The instant Don Hilario heard that I was about to leave the estancia, his manner toward me changed. He became, in a moment, excessively friendly, pressing me to prolong my visit, also to accept a horse from him as a gift, and saying many kind things about the agreeable moments he had spent in my company. He completely reversed the old saying about welcome the coming, speed the parting guest, but I knew very well that he was anxious enough to see the last of me. After supper, on the eve of my departure, he saddled his horse and rode off to attend a dance or gathering of some kind at a neighbouring estancia, for now that he had recovered from his suspicions, he was very eager to resume the social pleasures my presence had interfered with. I went out to smoke a cigar amongst the trees, it being a very lovely autumnal evening, with the light of an unclouded new moon to temper the darkness. I was walking up and down in a narrow path amongst the weeds, thinking of my approaching meeting with Paquita, when old Santos came out to me and mysteriously informed me that Doña Demetria wished to see me. He led me through the large room where we always had our meals, then through a narrow, dimly lighted passage into another room I had not entered before. Though the rest of the house was now in darkness, the old colonel having already retired to bed, it was very light here, there being about half a dozen candles placed about the room. In the centre of the floor, with her old face beaming with delighted admiration, stood Ramona, gazing on another person seated on the sofa. And on this individual I also gazed silently for some time, for though I recognized Demetria in her, she was so changed that astonishment prevented me from speaking. The rusty grub had come forth as a splendid green and gold butterfly. She had on a grass-green silk dress, made in a fashion I had never seen before, extremely high in the waist, puffed out on the shoulders, and with enormous bell-shaped sleeves reaching to the elbows, the whole garment being plentifully trimmed with very fine cream-coloured lace. Her long, thick hair, which had hitherto always been worn in heavy plaits on her back, was now piled up in great coils on her head, and surmounted by a tortoise-shell comb, a foot high at least, and about 15 inches broad at the top, looking like an immense crest on her head. In her ears were curious gold filigree pendants reaching to her bare shoulders. She also wore a necklet of half doubloons linked together in a chain, and heavy gold bracelets on her arms. It was extremely quaint. Possibly this finery had belonged to her grandmother 100 years ago, and I dare say that bright green was not the proper tint for Demetria's pallid complexion. Still, I must confess, at the risk of being set down as a barbarian in matters of taste, that it gave me a shock of pleasure to see her. She saw that I was very much surprised, and a blush of confusion overspread her face. Then, Recovering her usual, quiet, self-possessed manner, she invited me to sit on the sofa by her. I took her hand and complimented her on her appearance. She laughed a little shy laugh, then said that, as I was going to leave her next day, she did not wish me to remember her only as a woman in rusty black. I replied that I would always remember her, not for the colour and fashion of her garments, but for her great, unmerited misfortunes, her virtuous heart, and for the kindness she had shown to me. My words evidently pleased her, and while we sat together conversing pleasantly, before us were Ramona and Santos, one standing, the other seated, both feasting their eyes on their mistress in her brilliant attire. Their delight was quite open and childlike, and gave an additional zest to the pleasure I felt. Demetria seemed pleased to think she looked well, and was more light-hearted than I had seen her before. That antique finery, which would have been laughable on another woman, somehow or other seemed appropriate to her, possibly because of the strange simplicity and ignorance of the world displayed in her conversation, and that gentle dignity of manner natural to her would have prevented her from appearing ridiculous in any costume. At length, after we had partaken of maté served by Ramona, the old servants retired from the room, not without many longing, lingering glances at their metamorphosed mistress. Then, somehow or other, our conversation began to languish, Demetria becoming constrained in manner, while that anxious shadow I had grown so familiar with came again like a cloud over her face. Thinking that it was time to leave her, I rose to go, and thanked her for the pleasant evening I had spent, and expressed a wish that her future would be brighter than her past had been. "Thank you, Richard," she returned, her eyes cast down, and allowing her hand to rest in mine. "But must you leave me so soon? There is so much I wish to say to you." "I will gladly remain and hear it," I said, sitting down again by her side. "My past has been very sad, as you say, Richard, but you do not know all." And here she put her handkerchief to her eyes. There were, I noticed, several beautiful rings on her fingers, and the handkerchief she held to her eyes was a dainty little embroidered thing with a lace border, for everything in her make-up was complete and in keeping that evening. Even the quaint little shoes she wore were embroidered with silver thread and had large rosettes on them. After removing the handkerchief from her face, she continued silent and with eyes cast down, looking very pale and troubled. "Demetria," I said, "tell me how I can serve you. I cannot guess the nature of the trouble you speak of, but if it is one I can help you out of, speak to me without reserve." "Perhaps you can help me, Richard. It was of this matter I wished to speak this evening, but now how can I speak of it?" "Not to one who is your friend, Demetria? I wish you could think that the spirit of your lost brother, Calixto, was here in me, for I am as ready to help you as he would have been, and I know, Demetria, that you were very dear to him." Her face flushed, and for a moment her eyes met mine. Then, casting them down again, she replied sadly, "It is impossible. I can say no more to you now. My heart oppresses me so that my lips refuse to speak. Tomorrow, perhaps." "Tomorrow morning I leave you, and there will be no opportunity of speaking," I said. Don Hilario will be here watching you, and though he is so much in the house, I cannot believe that you trust him." She started at the name of Don Hilario and cried a little in silence. Then, suddenly, she rose and gave me her hand to bid good night. "You shall know everything tomorrow, Richard," she said. "Then you will know how much I trust you and how little I trust him. I cannot speak myself, but I can trust Santos, who knows everything, and he shall tell you all." There was a sad, wistful look in her eyes when we parted that haunted me for hours afterward. Coming into the kitchen, I disturbed Ramona and Santos deep in a whispered consultation. They started up, looking somewhat confused. Then, when I had lit a cigar and turned to go out, they got up and went back to their mistress. While I smoked, I pondered over the strange evening I had passed, wondering very much what Demetria's secret trouble could be. The mystery of the green butterfly, I called it, but it was really all too sad, even for a mental joke, though a little timely laughter is often the best weapon to meet trouble with, sometimes having an effect like that of a gay sunshade suddenly opened in the face of an angry bull. Unable to solve the riddle, I retired to my room to sleep my last sleep under Peralta's dreary roof. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 25. About 8 o'clock next morning, I bade the Peraltas good-bye and set out on my long-delayed journey, still mounted on that dishonestly acquired steed that had served me so well, for I had declined the good Hilario's offer of a horse. Though all my toils, wanderings, and many services to the cause of liberty, or whatever people fight for in the Banda, had not earned me 1 copper coin, it was some comfort to think that Candelaria's never-to-be-forgotten generosity had saved me from being penniless. I was, in fact, returning to Paquita, well-dressed, on a splendid horse, and with dollars enough in my pocket to take us comfortably out of the country. Santos rode out with me, ostensibly to put me on the right road to Montevideo. Only I knew, of course, that he was the bearer of an important communication from Demetria. When we had ridden about half a league without any approach to the subject on his part, in spite of sundry hints I threw out, I asked him plainly if he had a message for me. After pondering over the question for as long a time as would be necessary to work out a rather difficult mathematical problem, he answered that he had. "Then," said I, "let me hear it." He grinned. "Do you think," he said, "that it is a thing to be spoken in half a dozen words? I have not come all this distance merely to say that the moon came in dry, or that yesterday, being Friday, Doña Demetria tasted no meat. It is a long story, señor." "How many leagues long? Do you intend it to last all the way to Montevideo? The longer it is, the sooner you ought to begin it." "There are things easy to say, and there are other things not so easy," returned Santos. "But as to saying anything on horseback, who could do that?" "Why not?" "The question," said he, "have you not observed that when liquor is drawn from a cask, wine or bitter orange juice to make orangeade or even rum, which is by nature white and clear, that it runs thick when the cask is shaken? It is the same with us, señor. Our brain is the cask out of which we draw all the things we say." "And the spigot?" "That is so," he struck in, pleased with my ready intelligence. "The mouth is the spigot." "I should have thought the nose more like the spigot," I replied. "No," he gravely returned. "You can make a loud noise with the nose when you snore or blow it in a handkerchief, but it has no door of communication with the brain. The things that are in the brain flow out by the mouth." "Very well," said I, getting impatient. "Call the mouth spigot, bunghole, or what you like, and the nose merely an ornament on the cask. The thing is this. Doña Demetria has entrusted you with some liquor to pass on to me. Now pass it, thick or clear." "Not thick," he answered stubbornly. "Very well, clear then," I shouted. "To give it to you clear, I must give it off, and not on my horse, sitting still and not moving." Anxious to have it over without more beating about the bush, I reined up my horse, jumped off, and sat down on the grass without another word. He followed my example, and after seating himself in a comfortable position, deliberately drew out his tobacco pouch and began making a cigarette. I could not quarrel with him for this further delay, for without the soothing, stimulating cigarette, an Oriental finds it difficult to collect his thoughts. Leaving him to carry out his instructions in his own laborious fashion, I vented my irritation on the grass, plucking it up by handfuls. "Why do you do that?" he asked with a grin. "Pluck grass? What a question! When a person sits down on the grass, what is the first thing he does?" "Makes a cigarette," he returned. "In my country he begins plucking up the grass," I said. "In the Banda Oriental we leave the grass for the cattle to eat," said he. I at once gave up pulling the grass, for it evidently distracted his mind, and lighting a cigarette, began smoking as placidly as I could. At length he began. "There is not in all the Banda Oriental a worse person to express things than myself." "You are speaking the truth," I said. "But what is to be done?" he continued, staring straight before him and giving as little heed to my interruption as a hunter riding at a stiff fence would pay to a remark about the weather. "When a man cannot get a knife, he breaks in two an old pair of sheep shears, and with one of the blades makes himself an implement which has to serve him for a knife. This is how it is with Doña Demetria. She has no one but her poor Santos to speak for her. If she had asked me to expose my life in her service, that I could easily have done. But to speak for her to a man who can read the almanac and knows the names of all the stars in the sky, that kills me, señor. And who knows this better than my mistress, who has been intimate with me from her infancy, when I often carried her in my arms? I can only say this, señor. When I speak, remember my poverty and that my mistress has no instrument except my poor tongue to convey her wishes. Words has she told me to say to you, but my devil of a memory has lost them all. What am I to do in this case? If I wish to buy my neighbor's horse, and went to him and said, 'Sell me your horse, neighbor, for I have fallen in love with it, and my heart is sick with desire, so that I must have it at any price,' would that not be madness, señor? Yet I must be like that imprudent person. I come to you for something, and all her expressions, which were like rare flowers culled from a garden, have been lost by the way. Therefore, I can only say this thing which my mistress desires, putting it in my own brute words, which are like wild flowers I have myself gathered on the plain, that have neither fragrance nor beauty to recommend them." This quaint exordium did not advance matters much, but it had the effect of rousing my attention and convincing me that the message entrusted to Santos was one of very grave import. He had finished his first cigarette, and now began slowly making himself a second one, but I waited patiently for him to speak. My irritation had quite vanished. Those wild flowers of his were not without beauty, and his love and devotion for his unhappy mistress made them smell very sweet. Presently he resumed, "Señor, you have told my mistress that you are a poor man, that you look upon this country life as a free and happy one, that above all things you would like to possess an estancia where you could breed cattle and race horses and hunt ostriches. All this she has revolved in her mind, and because it is in her power to offer you the things you desire, does she now ask you to aid her in her trouble. And now, señor, let me tell you this. The Peralta property extends all the way to the Rocha waters, 5 leagues of land, and there is none better in this department. It was formerly well stocked. There were thousands of cattle and mares, for my master's party then ruled in the country. The Colorados were shut up in Montevideo, and that cutthroat Frutos Rivera never came into this part. Of the cattle, only a remnant remains, but the land is a fortune for any man, and when my old master dies, Doña Demetria inherits all. Even now it is hers, since her father has lost his calabash, as you have seen. Now let me tell you what happened many years ago. Don Hilario was at first a peon, a poor boy the colonel befriended. When he grew up, he was made capataz, then mayordomo. Don Calixto was killed, and the colonel lost his reason. Then Don Hilario made himself all-powerful, doing what he liked with his master, and setting Doña Demetria's authority aside. Did he protect the interests of the estancia? On the contrary, he was one with our enemies, and when they came like dogs for our cattle and horses, he was behind them. This he did to make friends of the reigning party, when the Blancos had lost everything. Now he wishes to marry Doña Demetria to make himself owner of the land. Don Calixto is dead, and who is there to bell the cat? Even now he acts like the only owner. He buys and sells, and the money is his. My mistress is scarcely allowed clothes to wear. She has no horse to ride on, and is a prisoner in her own house. He watches her like a cat watching a bird shut in a room. If he suspected her of an intention to make her escape, he would murder her. He has sworn to her that unless she marries him, he will kill her. Is not this sad? Señor, she asks you to deliver her from this man. Her words I have forgotten, but imagine that you see her before you, a suppliant on her knees, and that you know what the thing is she asks, and see her lips move, though you do not hear her words. Tell me how I can deliver her, I said, feeling very much moved at what I had heard. How? By carrying her off forcibly, do you understand? Is it not in your power to return in a few days' time with 2 or 3 friends to do this thing? You must come disguised and armed. If I am in the way, I will do what I can to protect her, but you would easily knock me down and stun me. Do you understand? Don Hilario must not know that we are in the plot. From him, fear nothing, for though he is brave enough to threaten a woman with death, before armed men he is like a dog that hears thunder. You can then take her to Montevideo and conceal her there. The rest will be easy. Don Hilario will fail to find her. Ramona and I will take care of the colonel, and when his daughter is out of his sight, perhaps he will forget her. Then, señor, there will be no trouble about the property, for who can resist a legal claim? I do not understand you, Santos, said I. If Demetria wishes me to do what you say, and there is no other way to save her from Don Hilario's persecutions, I will do it. I will do anything to serve her, and I have no fear of that dog Hilario. But when I have placed her in concealment, who in Montevideo, where she is without a friend, will take up her cause and see that she is not defrauded of her rights? I can give her liberty, but that will be all. The property will be the same as yours when you marry her, said he. I had never suspected that this was coming, and was amazed to hear it. Will you tell me, Santos, said I, that Demetria sent you to say this to me? Does she think that only by marrying her I can deliver her from this robber and save her property? There is, of course, no other way, said he. If it could be done by other means, would she not have spoken last night and explained everything to you? Consider, señor, all this large property will be yours. If you do not like this department, then she will sell everything for you to buy an estancia elsewhere, or to do whatever you wish. And I ask you this, señor, could any man marry a better woman? No, said I, but Santos, I cannot marry your mistress. I remembered then, sadly enough, that I had told her next to nothing about myself. Seeing me so young, wandering, homeless about the country, she had naturally taken me for a single man, and perhaps thinking that I had conceived an affection for her, had been driven in her despair to make this proposal. Poor Demetria! Was there to be no deliverance for her after all? Friend, said Santos, dropping the ceremonious señor in his anxiety to serve his mistress, never speak without first considering all things. There is no woman like her. If you do not love her now, you will love her when you know her better. No good man could help feeling affection for her. You saw her last evening in a green silk dress, also wearing a tortoiseshell comb and gold ornaments. Was she not elegant, señor? Did she not then appear to your eyes a woman suitable for a wife? You have been everywhere, and have seen many women, and perhaps in some distant place you have met one more beautiful than my mistress. But consider the life she has led. Grief has made her pale and thin, staining her face with purple under the eyes. Can laughter and song come out of a heart where fear is? Another life would change all. She would be a flower amongst women. Poor, old, simple-minded Santos. He had done himself great injustice. His love for his mistress had inspired him with an eloquence that went to my heart. And poor Demetria, driven by her weary, desolate life and torturing fears to make in vain this unwomanly proposal to a stranger. And after all, it was not unwomanly, for in all countries where they are not abject slaves, it is permissible for women in some circumstances to propose marriage. Even in England it is so, where society is like a huge Clapham Junction, with human creatures moving like trucks and carriages on cast-iron conventional rails, which they can only leave at the risk of a destructive collision. And a proposal of the kind was never more justifiable than in this case. Shut away from the sight of men in her dreary seclusion, haunted by nameless fears, her offer was to bestow her hand along with a large property on a penniless adventurer. Nor had she done this before she had learnt to love me, and to think, perhaps, that the feeling was returned. She had waited, too, till the very last moment, only making her offer when she had despaired of its coming from me. This explained the reception of the previous evening, the ancient, splendid attire which she had worn to win favour in my sight, the shy, wistful expression of her eyes, the hesitation she could not overcome. When I had recovered from the first shock of surprise, I could only feel the greatest respect and compassion for her, bitterly regretting that I had not told her all my past history, so that she might have been spared the shame and grief she would now be compelled to endure. These sad thoughts passed through my mind while Santos expatiated on the advantages of the proposed alliance until I stopped him. Say no more, I said, for I swear to you, Santos, that were it possible, I would gladly take Demetria for a wife, so greatly do I admire and esteem her. But I am married. Look at this. It is my wife's portrait. And taking from my bosom the miniature which I always wore round my neck, I handed it to him. He stared at me in silent astonishment for a few moments, then took the portrait into his hand, and while he gazed admiringly at it, I pondered over what I had heard. I could not now think of leaving this poor woman, who had offered herself with all her inheritance to me, without some attempt to rescue her from her sad position. She had given me a refuge when I was in trouble and danger, and the appeal she had just made to me, accompanied by so convincing a proof of her trust and affection, would have gone to the heart of the most cold-blooded man in existence, to make him, in spite of his nature, her devoted champion. At length Santos handed back the miniature with a sigh. "Such a face as that my eyes have never seen," he remarked. "There is nothing more to be said." "There is a great deal more to be said," I returned. "I have thought of an easy plan to help your mistress. When you have reported this conversation, tell her to remember the offer of assistance made to her last night. I said I would be a brother to her, and I shall keep my promise. You three cannot think of any better scheme to save Demetria than this one you have told me, but it is after all a very poor scheme, full of difficulty and danger to her. My plan is a simpler and safer one. Tell her to come out tonight at midnight, after the moon has set, to meet me under the trees behind the house. I shall be there, waiting with a horse for her, and will take her away to some safe place of concealment where Don Hilario will never find her. When she is once out of his power, it will be time enough to think of some way to turn him out of the estancia and to arrange matters. See that she does not fail to meet me, and let her take a few clothes and some money, if she has any, also her jewels, for it would not be safe to leave them in the house with Don Hilario." Santos was delighted with my scheme, which was so much more practical, though less romantic, than the one hatched by those three simple-minded conspirators. With heart full of hope, he was about to leave me when he suddenly exclaimed, "But, señor, how will you get the horse and side saddle for Doña Demetria?" "Leave it all to me," I said. Then we separated, he to return to his mistress, who was no doubt anxiously waiting to know the result of our conversation, I to get through the next 15 hours in the best way I could. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 26. After leaving Santos, I rode on to a belt of wood about 2 miles east of the road, and passing through it, surveyed the country lying beyond. The only habitation near it was a shepherd's lonely rancho, standing on an open plain of yellow grass, over which a scattered flock of sheep and a few horses were grazing. I determined to remain in the wood till near noon, then proceed to the rancho to get breakfast, and commence my search for a horse and side saddle in the neighbourhood. After unsaddling my horse and tying him to a tree where there were some pickings of grass and herbage about the roots, I lit a cigar and made myself comfortable on my rugs in the shade. Presently I had some visitors and a flock of urracas, or magpies, as they are called in the vernacular, or guira cuckoos, a graceful, loquacious bird resembling a magpie, only with a longer tail and a bold red beak. These ill-mannered birds skulked about in the branches over me all the time I remained in the wood, scolding me so incessantly in their intolerably loud, angry, rattling notes, varied occasionally with shrill whistlings and groans, that I could scarcely even hear myself think. They soon succeeded in bringing all the other birds within hearing distance to the spot to take part in the demonstration. It was unreasonable of the cuckoos, to say the least of it, for it was now long past their breeding season, so that parental solicitude could not be pleaded as an excuse for their churlish behaviour. The others, tanagers, finches, tyrant birds, red, white, blue, grey, yellow, and mixed, were, I must own, less troublesome, for after hopping about for a while, screaming, chirping, and twittering, they very sensibly flew away, no doubt thinking their friends, the cuckoos, were making a great deal too much fuss. My sole mammalian visitor was an armadillo that came hurrying towards me, looking curiously like a little old bent-backed gentleman in a rusty black coat, trotting briskly about on some very important business. It came to within 3 yards of my feet, then stopped, and seemed astonished beyond measure at my presence, staring at me with its little, bleary, blinking eyes, and looking more like the shabby old gentleman than ever. Then it trotted away through the trees, but presently returned for a second inspection, and after that it kept coming and going, till I inadvertently burst out laughing, whereupon it scuttled away in great alarm, and returned no more. I was sorry I had frightened the amusing little beggar, for I felt in that exceedingly light-hearted mood when one's merriment is ready to brim over at the slightest provocation. Yet that very morning poor Demetria's appeal had deeply stirred my heart, and I was now embarked on a most quixotic and perhaps perilous adventure. Possibly the very fact of that adventure being before me had produced an exhilarating effect on my mind, and made it impossible for me to be sad or even decently composed. After spending a couple of hours in the pleasant shade, the blue smoke ascending from the rancho before me gave notice of the approaching breakfast hour. So saddling my horse, I went to make my morning call, the cuckoos hailing my departure with loud, mocking shouts and whistling calls, meant to inform all their feathered friends that they had at last succeeded in making their haunt too hot for me. At the rancho I was received by a somewhat surly-looking young man, with long, intensely black hair and moustache, and who wore, in place of a hat, a purple cotton handkerchief tied about his head. He did not seem to be overpleased at my visit, and invited me rather ungraciously to alight if I thought proper. I followed him into the kitchen, where his little brown-skinned wife was preparing breakfast, and I fancied, after seeing her, that her prettiness was the cause of his inhospitable manner towards a stranger. She was singularly pretty, with a seductive, soft brown skin, ripe, pouting lips of a rich purple red, and when she laughed, which happened very frequently, her teeth glistened like pearls. Her crisp black hair hung down unbound and disordered, for she looked like a very careless little beauty. But when she saw me enter, she blushed and tossed her tresses away from her shoulders, then carefully felt the pendants dropping from her ears to assure herself that they were safe, or possibly to attract my attention to them. The frequent glances her laughing, dark eyes shot at me soon convinced me that she was one of those charming little wives, charming, that is, when they are the wives of other people, who are not satisfied with a husband's admiration. I had timed my arrival well, for the roast lamb over the coals was just assuming a deep golden brown colour and sending out a most delicious fragrance. During the repast which followed, I amused my auditors and myself by telling a few innocent lies, and began by saying that I was on my return to Rocha from Montevideo. The shepherd remarked suspiciously that I was not on the right road. I answered that I knew it, then proceeded to say that I had met with a misfortune on the previous evening, which in the end had led me out of the right road. I had only been married a few days, I continued, and at this declaration my host looked relieved, while the little gypsy suddenly seemed to lose all interest in me. My wife, I said, set her heart on having a side saddle, as she is very fond of riding, so having business which took me to town, I there purchased one for her, and was returning with it on a led horse, my wife's horse, unfortunately, when I stopped last evening to get some refreshment at a pulperia on the road. While eating some bread and sausage, a tipsy person who happened to be there imprudently began to explode some firecrackers, which so terrified the horses tied at the gate that several of them broke loose and escaped. My wife's horse, with the side saddle on him, escaped with them. Then, mounting my own horse, I started in pursuit, but failed to overtake the runaway. Finally, it joined a herd of mares, and these, becoming terrified, fled from me, leading me a chase of several leagues, till I lost sight of them in the darkness. "If your wife resembles mine in disposition, friend," said he with a somewhat sorrowful smile, "you would have continued following that runaway animal with the side saddle to the end of the world." "I can say this," I returned gravely. "Without a side saddle, good or bad, I am not going to present myself before her. I intend inquiring at every house on my way to the Lomas de Rocha till I can hear of one for sale." "What will you give for one?" said he, becoming interested. "That will depend on its condition. If it is as good as new, I will give the amount it cost and $2 profit besides." "I know of a side saddle that cost $10 a year ago, but it has never been used. It belongs to a neighbour 3 leagues from here, and she would sell it, I believe." "Show me the house," I said, "and I will go directly and offer $12 for it." "You speak of Doña Petrona's side saddle, Antonio?" said the little wife. "She would sell it for what it cost, perhaps for $8. Ah, Pumpkinhead, why did you not think to make all that profit? Then I could have bought slippers and 1,000 things." "You're never satisfied, Cleta," he returned. "Have you not got slippers to your feet?" She tossed up a pretty foot and displayed it, cased in rather a shabby little slipper. Then, with a laugh, she kicked it off towards him. "There," she exclaimed, "put it in your bosom and keep it, something precious, and some day, when you go to Montevideo and wish to appear very grand before all the town, wear it on your great toe." "Who expects reason from a woman?" said Antonio, shrugging his shoulders. "Reason? You have no more brains than a Muscovy duck, Antonio. You might have made this profit, but you never can make money like other men, and therefore you will always be poorer than the spiders. I have said this before very often, and only hope you will not forget it, for in future I intend to speak of other things." "Where would I have got the $10 to pay Petrona for the saddle?" he retorted, losing his temper. "My friend," I said, "if the saddle can be had, it is only just that you should have the profit. Take $10, and if you buy it for me, I will pay you 2 more." This proposal pleased him greatly, while Cleta, the volatile, clapped her hands with delight. While Antonio prepared to go to his neighbour's after the saddle, I went out to a solitary thorn tree about 50 yards from the rancho, and spreading my poncho in the shade, lay down to sleep the siesta. Before the shepherd had been long gone, I heard a great noise in the house, like banging on doors and on copper vessels, but took no notice, supposing it to proceed from Cleta, engaged in some unusually noisy domestic operation. At length I heard a voice calling to me, "Señor, señor." Getting up, I went to the kitchen, but no person was there. Suddenly a loud knock was given on the door communicating with the second room. "Oh, my friend," cried Cleta's voice behind it, "my ruffian of a husband has locked me in. Can you let me out, do you think?" "Why has he locked you in?" I asked. "The question. Because he is a brute, of course. He always does it when he goes out. Is it not horrible?" "It only shows how fond he is of you," I returned. "Are you so atrocious as to defend him? And I thought you had a heart, so handsome too. When I saw you I said, 'Ah, had I married this man, what a happy life!'" "Thank you for your good opinion," I said. "I'm very sorry you are locked in, because it prevents me from seeing your pretty face." "Oh, you think it pretty? Then you must let me out. I have put up my hair now, and look prettier than when you saw me." "You look prettier with it down," I answered. "Ah, down it goes again, then," she exclaimed. "Yes, you are right. It does look best that way. Is it not like silk? You shall feel it when you liberate me." "That I cannot do, Cleta mine. Your Antonio has taken away the key." "Oh, cruel man, he left me no water, and I am perishing with thirst. What shall I do? Look, I will put my hand under the door for you to feel how hot it is. I am consumed with fever and thirst in this oven." Presently her little brown hand came out at my feet, there being sufficient space between the floor and wood to pass it through. I stooped and took it in mine, and found it a hot, moist little hand, with a pulse beating very fast. "Poor child," I said, "I will pour some water in a plate and pass it to you under the door." "Oh, you are bad to insult me," she cried. "What, am I a cat to drink water from a plate? I could cry my eyes out." Here followed sob-like sounds. "Besides," she suddenly resumed, "it is fresh air, not water, I require. I am suffocated. I cannot breathe. Oh, dear friend, save me from fainting. Force back the door till the bolt slips out." "No, no, Cleta, it cannot be done." "What? With your strength? I could almost do it myself with my poor little hands. Open, open, open before I faint." She had evidently sunk down on the floor, sobbing, after making that practical suggestion, and casting about for burglarious implements to aid me, I found the spit and a wedge-shaped piece of hard wood. These I inserted just above and below the lock, and, forcing back the door on its frame, I soon had the satisfaction of seeing the bolt slip from the catch. Out sprang Cleta, flushed, tearful, her hair all in disorder, but laughing gleefully at having regained her liberty. "Oh, dear friend, I thought you were going to leave me," she cried. "How agitated I am! Feel how my heart beats. Never mind, I can now pay that wretch out. Is not revenge sweet, sweet, sweet?" "Now, Cleta," I said, "take 3 mouthfuls of fresh air and a drink of water, then let me lock you in again." She laughed mockingly, and shook her hair like a wild young colt. "Ah, you are not serious. Do you not think I know?" she cried. "Your eyes tell me everything. Besides, you could not shut me up again if you tried." Here she made a sudden dash at the door, but I caught her and held her a close prisoner. "Let me go, monster." "Oh no, not monster. Dear, sweet friend, beautiful as the moon, sun, stars. I am dying for fresh air. I will come back to the oven before he returns. If he caught me out, what blows! Come, let us sit under the tree together." "That would be disobeying your husband," I said, trying to look stern. "Never mind. I will confess it all to the priest some day. Then it will be as if it had never happened. Such a husband! Poof! If you were not a married man. Are you married? What a pity. Say again, am I pretty?" "Say first, Cleta, have you a horse a woman can ride on? And if you have one, will you sell it to me?" "Oh yes, the best horse in the Banda Oriental. They say it is worth $6. Will you buy it for $6? No, I shall not sell it. I shall not tell you that I have a horse till you answer me. Am I pretty, sir stranger?" "Tell me first about the horse, then ask me what you like." "Nothing more will I tell you, not a word. Yes, everything. Listen, when Antonio comes back, ask him to sell you a horse for your wife to ride. He will try to sell you one of his own, a demon full of faults like his master, false-footed, lame in the shoulder, a roarer old as the south wind, a black piebald, remember. Offer to buy a roan with a cream nose. That is my horse. Offer him $6. Now say, am I pretty?" "Oh, beautiful, Cleta. Your eyes are stars. Your mouth is a rosebud, sweeter than honey 1,000 times." "Now you talk like a wise man," she laughed. Then, holding my hand, she led me to the tree and sat down by my side on the poncho. "And how old are you, little one?" I asked. 14. Is that very old? Ah, fool, to tell my age truly. No woman does that. Why did I not say 13? And I have been married 6 months, such a long time. I am sure I have green, blue, yellow, grey hairs coming out all over my head by this time. And what about my hair, sir? You never spoke of that. Did I not let it down for you? Is it not soft and beautiful? Tell me, sir, what about my hair?" "In truth, it is soft and beautiful, Cleta, and covers you like a dark cloud." "Does it not? Look, I will cover my face with it. Now I am hidden like the moon in a cloud. And now, look, out comes the moon again. I have a great respect for the moon. Say, holy friar, am I like the moon?" "Say, little sweet lips, why do you call me holy friar?" "Say first, holy friar, am I like the moon?" "No, Cleta, you are not like the moon, though you are both married women. You are married to Antonio." "Poor me." "And the moon is married to the sun." "Happy moon to be so far from him." "The moon is a quiet wife, but you chatter like a paroquet." "And am I not able to be quiet also, monk? Look, I will be quiet as the moon, not a word, not a breath." Then she threw herself back on the poncho, feigning sleep, her arms above her head, her hair scattered everywhere, only a tress or two half shading her flushed face and round heaving bosom that would not be quiet. There was just a little mocking smile on her lips, just a little gleam of laughing eyes under her drooping lashes, for she could not help watching my face for admiration. In such an attitude, the tempting little witch might have made the tepid blood of an ascetic boil. 2 or 3 hours thus flew swiftly by, while I listened to her lively prattle, which, like the lark's singing, had scarcely a pause in it, her attempt at being still and moonlight having ended in a perfect fiasco. At length, pouting her pretty lips and complaining of her hard lot, she said it was time to go back to her prison, but all the time I was engaged in forcing back the bolt into its place, she chattered without ceasing. "Adieu, son, husband of the moon," she said. "Adieu, sweet, sweet friend, buyer of side saddles. They were all lies you told, I know. You want a horse and side saddle to carry off some girl tonight. Happy she. Now I must sit in the dark alone till Antonio the Atrocious comes to liberate me with his iron key. Ah, fool." Before I had been long back under my tree, Antonio appeared, bringing the side saddle in triumph on his horse before him. After going in to release his wife, he came out and invited me to take maté. I then mentioned my wish to buy a good horse. He was only too willing to sell, and in a few minutes his horses were driven up for inspection. The black piebald was first offered, a very handsome, quiet-looking animal, apparently quite sound. The cream nose, I noticed, was a bony, long-bodied brute with sleepy eyes and a ewe neck. Could it be that the little double-dealing witch had intended to deceive me? But in a moment I dismissed such a suspicion with the scorn it merited. Let a woman be as false as she can and able to fool her husband to the top of her bent. She is, compared with the man who wishes to sell you a horse, openness and truth itself. I examined the piebald critically, walking and trotting him round, looked into his mouth, then at hoofs and fetlocks, beloved of windgalls, gazed with fixed attention into his eyes, and dealt him a sudden, brisk blow on the shoulder. "No weak spot will you find, señor," said Antonio the mendacious, who was certainly the greatest of the 3 sinners met together in that place. "He is my best horse, only 4 years old, gentle as a lamb, sound as a bell, sure-footed, señor, like no other horse, and with such an easy pace you can ride him at a gallop with a tumbler of water in your hand and not spill a drop. I will give him away to you for $10, because you have been generous about the side saddle, and I am anxious to serve you well." "Thank you, my friend," I said. "Your piebald is 15 years old, lame in the shoulders, broken in his wind, and has more vices than any 7 horses in the Banda Oriental. I would not allow my wife to ride such a dangerous brute, for, as I told you, I have not been long married." Antonio framed his face to express astonishment and virtue indignant. Then, with the point of his knife, he scratched the figure of a cross on the ground, and was about to swear solemnly on it that I was egregiously mistaken, that his beast was a kind of equine angel, or a Pegasus at least, when I interfered to stop him. "Tell as many lies as you like," I said, "and I will listen to them with the greatest interest, but do not swear on the figure of the cross to what is false, for then the $4 or $5 or $6 profit you have made on the side saddle will scarcely be sufficient to buy you absolution for such a sin." He shrugged his shoulders and restored the sacrilegious knife to its sheath. "There are my horses," he said in an injured tone. "They are a kind of animal you seem to know a great deal about. select one and deceive yourself. I have endeavored to serve you, but there are some people who do not know a friend when they see one." I then minutely examined all the other horses, and finally finished the farce by leading out the roan cream nose, and was pleased to notice the crestfallen expression of my good shepherd. "Your horses do not suit me," I said, "so I cannot buy one. I will, however, purchase this old cow, for it is the only animal here I could trust my wife on. You can have $7 for it, not 1 copper more, for like the Emperor of China, I speak once only." He plucked off his purple headgear and scratched his raven head, then led me back to the kitchen to consult his wife. "For, señor," he said, "you have by some fatality selected her horse." When Cleta heard that $7 had been offered for the roan, she laughed with joy. "Oh, Antonio, he is only worth $6. Yes, señor, you shall have him, and pay the $7 to me, not to my husband. Who will say now that I cannot make money? And now, Antonio, I have no horse to ride on. You can give me the bay with white forefeet." "Do not imagine such a thing," exclaimed her husband. After taking maté, I left them to settle their affairs, not doubting which would come out best from a trial of skill. When I arrived in sight of Peralta's trees, I unsaddled and picketed my horses, then stretched myself out on my rugs. After the excitements and pleasures of that day, which had robbed me of my siesta, I quickly fell into a very sound sleep. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 27. When I woke, I did not remember for some moments where I was. Feeling about me, my hand came in contact with the grass, wet with dew. It was very dark, only low down in the sky a pale gleam of light gave promise, as I imagined, of coming day. Then recollection flashed upon me, and I sprang up, alarmed, to my feet, only to discover, with inexpressible relief, that the light I had remarked was in the west, not the east, and proceeded from the young moon just sinking beneath the horizon. Saddling my 2 animals expeditiously, I rode to Peralta's estancia, and on arriving there, carefully drew the horses into the shadow of a clump of trees growing on the borders of the ancient, well nigh obliterated fosse or ditch. I then dropped on to the ground so as to listen better for approaching footsteps, and began waiting for Demetria. It was past midnight. Not a sound reached me except at intervals the mournful, far away, reedy note of the little nocturnal cicada that always seemed to be there, lamenting the lost fortunes of the house of Peralta. For upwards of half an hour I remained lying on the ground, growing more anxious every moment, and fearing that Demetria was going to fail me, when I caught a sound like a human whisper. Listening intently, I found that it pronounced my name, and proceeded from a clump of tall thorn apples some yards from me. "Who speaks?" I replied. The tall, gaunt form of Ramona drew itself up out of the weeds and cautiously approached me. She was shaking with nervous excitement, and had not ventured to come near without speaking for fear of being mistaken for an enemy and fired at. "Mother of Heaven!" she exclaimed, as well as her chattering teeth would allow her to speak. "I have been so agitated all the evening. Oh, señor, what are we to do now? Your plan was such a good one. When I heard it, I knew an angel had flown down and whispered it in your ear. And now my mistress will not stir. All her things are ready, clothes, money, jewels, and for the last hour we have been urging her to come out, but nothing will serve. She will not see you, señor." "Is Don Hilario in the house?" "No, he is out. Could anything have been better? But it is useless. She has lost heart and will not come. She only sits crying in her room, saying that she cannot look on your face again." "Go and tell her that I am here with the horses, waiting for her," I said. "Señor, she knows you are here. Santos watched for you and hastened in to inform her of your arrival. Now she has sent me out only to say that she cannot meet you, that she thanks you for all you have done, and begs you to go away and leave her." I was not greatly surprised at Demetria's reluctance to meet me at the last moment, but was determined not to leave without first seeing her and trying to change her mind. Securing the horses to a tree, I went with Ramona to the house. Stealing in on tiptoe, we found Demetria in that room where she had received me the evening before in her quaint finery, lying on the sofa, while old Santos stood by her, the picture of distress. The moment she saw me enter, she covered her face with her hands and turned from me. Yet a glance was sufficient to show that with or without her consent everything had been got ready for her flight. On a chair near her lay a pair of saddle bags in which her few belongings had been stowed. A mantilla was drawn half over her head, and by her side was a large woolen shawl, evidently intended to protect her against the night air. "Santos," I said, "go out to the horses under the trees and wait there for us. And you, Ramona, say good-bye now to your mistress, then leave us together, for by and by she will recover courage and go with me." Santos, looking immensely relieved and grateful, though a little surprised at my confident tone, was hurrying out when I pointed to the saddle bags. He nodded, grinned, and snatching them up, left the room. Poor old Ramona threw herself on to her knees, sobbing and pouring out farewell blessings on her mistress, kissing her hands and hair with sorrowful devotion. When she left us, I sat down by Demetria's side, but she would not take her hands from her face or speak to me, and only wept hysterically when I addressed her. I succeeded at last in getting one of her hands in mine, and then drew her head gently down till it rested on my shoulder. When her sobs began to subside, I said, "Tell me, dear Demetria, have you lost faith in me, that you fear to trust yourself with me now?" "No, no, Richard, it is not that," she faltered. but I can never look into your face again. If you have any compassion for me, you will leave me now." "What? Leave you, Demetria, my sister, to that man? How can you imagine such a thing? Tell me, where is Don Hilario? Is he coming back tonight?" "I know nothing. He may come back at any moment. Leave me, Richard. Every minute you remain here increases your danger." Then she attempted to draw away from me, but I would not release her. "If you fear his returning tonight, then it is time for you to come with me," I answered. "No, no, no, I cannot. All is changed now. It would kill me with shame to look on your face again." "You shall look on it again many times, Demetria. Do you think that after coming here to rescue you out of the coils of that serpent, I am going to leave you because you are a little timid? Listen, Demetria. I shall save you from that devil tonight, even if I have to carry you out in my arms. Afterwards, we can consider all there is to be done about your father and your property. Perhaps when the poor colonel is taken out of this sad atmosphere, his health, his reason even, may improve." "Oh, Richard, are you deceiving me?" she exclaimed, suddenly dropping her hands and gazing full into my face. "No, I am not deceiving you, and now you will lose all fear, Demetria, for you have looked into my face again and have not been changed to stone." She turned crimson in a moment, but did not attempt to cover her face again, for just then a clatter of hoofs was heard approaching the house. "Mother of Heaven, save us!" she exclaimed in terror. "It is Don Hilario." I quickly blew out the one candle burning dimly in the room. "Fear nothing," I said. "When all is quiet, after he has gone to his room, we will make our escape." She was trembling with apprehension and nestled close to me, while we both listened intently and heard Don Hilario unsaddle his horse, then going softly, whistling to himself, to his room. "Now he has shut himself up," I said, "and in a few minutes will be asleep. When you think of that man whose persecutions have made your life a burden, so that you tremble when he approaches you, do you not feel glad that I have come to take you away?" "Richard, I could go willingly with you tonight, but for one thing. Do you think, after what has passed, that I could ever face your wife?" "She will know nothing of what has passed, Demetria. It would be dishonourable in me, and a cruel injustice to you to speak to her of it. She will welcome you as a dear sister, and love you as much as I love you. All these doubts and fears troubling you are very unsubstantial, and can be blown away like thistle down. And now that you have confessed so much to me, Demetria, I wish to confess also the one thing that troubles my heart." "What is it, Richard? Tell me," she said very gently. "Believe me, Demetria, I never had a suspicion that you loved me. Your manner did not show it. Otherwise, I should have told you long ago all about my past. I only knew you regarded me as a friend and one you could trust. If I have been mistaken all along, Demetria, if you have really felt a passion in your heart, then I shall have to lament bitterly that I have been the cause of a lasting sorrow to you. Will you not open your heart more to me, and tell me frankly how it is with you?" She caressed my hand in silence for a little while, and then answered, "I think you were right, Richard. Perhaps I am not capable of passion like some women. I knew that you were my friend. To be near you was like sitting in the shade of a green tree in some hot, desolate place. I thought it would be pleasant to sit there always and forget the bitter years. But, Richard, if you will always be my friend, my brother, I shall be more than content, and my life will seem different." "Demetria, how happy you have made me! Come, the serpent is sleeping now. Let us steal away and leave him to his evil dreams. God grant that I may return some day to bruise his head with my heel." Then, wrapping the shawl about her, I led her out, treading softly, and in a few moments we were with Santos, patiently keeping watch beside the horses. I gladly let him assist Demetria to her seat on the side saddle, for that was perhaps the last personal service he would be able to render her. The poor old fellow was crying, I believe, his utterance was so husky. Before leaving, I gave him on a scrap of paper my address in Montevideo, and bade him take it to Don Florentino Blanco with a request to write me a letter in the course of the next 2 or 3 days to inform me of Don Hilario's movements. We then trotted softly away over the sward, and in about half an hour struck the road leading from Rocha to Montevideo. This we followed till daylight, scarcely pausing once from our swift gallop, and 100 times during that dark ride over a country utterly unknown to me I blessed the little witch Cleta, for never was there a more steady, sure-footed beast than the ugly roan that carried my companion, and when we drew rein in the pale morning light, he seemed fresh as when we started. We then left the highway and rode across country in a northwesterly direction for a distance of 8 or 9 miles, for I was anxious to be far away from public roads and from the prying, prating people that use them. About 11 o'clock that morning we had breakfast at a rancho, then rode on again till we came to a forest of scattered thorn trees growing on the slopes of a range of hills. It was a wild, secluded spot, with water and good pasturage for the horses, and pleasant shade for ourselves. So, after unsaddling and turning loose our horses to feed, we sat down to rest under a large tree, with our backs against its portly trunk. From our shady retreat we commanded a splendid view of the country, over which we had been riding all the morning, extending for many leagues behind us, and while I smoked my cigar, I talked to my companion, calling her attention to the beauty of that wide, sunlit prospect. "Do you know, Demetria," I said, "when the long winter evenings come, and I have plenty of leisure, I intend writing a history of my wanderings in the Banda Oriental, and I will call my book The Purple Land, for what more suitable name can one find for a country so stained with the blood of her children? You will never read it, of course, for I shall write it in English, and only for the pleasure it will give to my own children, if I ever have any, at some distant date when their little moral and intellectual stomachs are prepared for other food than milk. But you will have a very important place in my narrative, Demetria, for during these last days we have been very much to each other, and perhaps the very last chapter will recount this wild ride of ours together, flying from that evil genius Hilario to some blessed refuge far away beyond the hills and woods and the blue line of the horizon. For when we reach the capital, I believe, I know in fact. I hesitated to tell her that it would probably be necessary for me to leave the country immediately, but she did not encourage me to go on, and glancing round, I discovered that she was fast asleep. Poor Demetria! She had been dreadfully nervous all night, and almost afraid to stop to rest anywhere, but now her fatigue had quite overcome her. Her position against a tree was uncomfortable and insecure, so drawing her head very gently down until it rested on my shoulder, and shading her eyes with her mantilla, I let her sleep on. Her face looked strangely worn and pallid in that keen noonday light, and gazing on it while she slumbered, and remembering all the dark years of grief and anxiety she had endured down to that last pain of which I had been the innocent cause, I felt my eyes grow dim with compassion. After sleeping for about 2 hours, she woke with a start, and was greatly distressed to learn that I had been supporting her all that time. But after that refreshing slumber, a change seemed to come over her. Not only her great fatigue, but the tormenting apprehensions had very nearly vanished. Out of the nettle, danger, she had plucked the flower, safety, and now she could rejoice in its possession, and was filled with new life and spirits. The unaccustomed freedom and exercise, with constant change of scene, also had an exhilarating effect on mind and body. A new colour came into her pale cheeks, the purple stains, telling of anxious days and sleepless nights, faded away. She smiled brightly and was full of animation, so that on that long journey, whether resting in the noonday shade or swiftly cantering over the green turf, I could not have had a more agreeable companion than Demetria. This change in her often made me remember Santos's pathetic words when he told of the ravages of grief, and said that another life would make his mistress a flower amongst women. It was a comfort that her affection for me had been indeed nothing but affection. But what was I to do with her in the end? For I knew that my wife was most anxious to return without further delay to her own country, and yet it seemed to me that it would be a hard thing to leave poor Demetria behind amongst strangers. Finding her so improved in spirits, I at length ventured to speak to her on the subject. At first she was depressed, but presently, recovering courage, she begged to be allowed to go with us to Buenos Aires. The prospect of being left alone was unendurable to her, for in Montevideo she had no personal friends, while the political friends of her family were all out of the country or living in very close retirement. Across the water she would be with friends, and safe for a season from her dreaded enemy. This proposal seemed a very sensible one, and relieved my mind very much, although it only served to remove my difficulty for a time. In the department of Camelones, about 6 leagues from Montevideo, I found the house of a fellow countryman named Barker, who had lived for many years in the country, and had a wife and children. We arrived in the afternoon at his estancia, and seeing that Demetria was very much knocked up with our long journey, I asked Mr. Barker to give us shelter for the night. Our host was very kind and pleasant with us, asking no disagreeable questions, and after a few hours' acquaintance, which made us quite intimate, I took him aside and told him Demetria's history, whereupon, like the good-hearted fellow he was, he at once offered to shelter her in his house until matters could be arranged in Montevideo, an offer which was joyfully accepted. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Purple Land.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina.
The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 28. I was soon back in Montevideo after that. When I bade Demetria good-bye, she appeared reluctant to part with me, retaining my hand in hers for an unusual time. For the first time in her life, probably, she was about to be left in the company of entire strangers, and for many days past we had been much to each other, so that it was only natural she should cling to me a little at parting. Once more I pressed her hand and exhorted her to be of good courage, reminding her that in a very few days all trouble and danger would be over. Still, however, she did not release my hand. This tender reluctance to lose me was affecting and also flattering, but slightly inopportune, for I was anxious to be in the saddle and away. Presently she said, glancing down at her rusty habiliments, "Richard, if I am to remain concealed here till I go to join you on board, then I must meet your wife in these poor garments." "Oh, that is what you are thinking about, Demetria," I exclaimed. At once I called in our kind hostess, and when this serious matter was explained to her, she immediately offered to go to Montevideo to procure the necessary outfit, a thing I had thought nothing about, but which had evidently been preying on Demetria's mind. When I at length reached the little suburban retreat of my aunt by marriage, Paquita and I acted for some time like two demented persons, so overjoyed were we at meeting after our long separation. I had received no letters from her, and only 2 or 3 of the score I had written had reached their destination, so that we had 10,000 questions to ask and answers to make. She could never gaze enough at me or finish admiring my bronzed skin and the respectable moustache I had grown, while she, poor darling, looked unusually pale, yet withal so beautiful that I marvelled at myself for having, after possessing her, considered any other woman even passably good-looking. I gave her a circumstantial account of my adventures, omitting only a few matters I was in honour bound not to disclose. Thus, when I told her the story of my sojourn at the Estancia Peralta, I said nothing to betray Demetria's confidence, nor did I think it necessary to mention the episode of that wicked little sprite, Cleta, with the result that she was pleased at the chivalrous conduct I had displayed throughout the whole of that affair, and was ready to take Demetria to her heart. I had not been back 24 hours in Montevideo before a letter from the Lomas de Rocha storekeeper came to justify my caution in having left Demetria at some distance from the town. The letter informed me that Don Hilario had quickly guessed that I had carried off his unhappy master's daughter, and that no doubt was left in his mind when he discovered that, on the day I left the estancia, a person answering to my description in every particular had purchased a horse and side saddle and had ridden off towards the estancia in the evening. My correspondent warned me that Don Hilario would be in Montevideo even before his letter, also that he had discovered something about my connection with the late rebellion, and would be sure to place the matter in the hands of the government so as to have me arrested, after which he would have little difficulty in compelling Demetria to return to the estancia. For a moment this intelligence dismayed me. Luckily, Paquita was out of the house when it came, and fearing that she might return and surprise me while I was in that troubled state, I rushed out. Then, skulking through back streets and narrow lanes, peering cautiously about in fear of encountering the minions of the law, I made my escape out of the town. My only desire just then was to get away into some place of safety where I would be able to think over the position quietly, and if possible devise some plan to defeat Don Hilario, who had been a little too quick for me. Of many schemes that suggested themselves to my mind while I sat in the shade of a cactus hedge about a mile from town, I finally determined, in accordance with my old and well-tried rule, to adopt the boldest one, which was to go straight back to Montevideo and claim the protection of my country. The only trouble was that on my way thither I might be caught, and then Paquita would be in terrible distress about me, and perhaps Demetria's escape would be prevented. While I was occupied with these thoughts, I saw a closed carriage pass by, driven towards the town by a tipsy-looking coachman. Coming out of my hiding place, I managed to stop him and offered him $2 to drive me to the British consulate. The carriage was a private one, but the $2 tempted the man, so after securing the fare in advance, he allowed me to get in, and then I closed the windows, leant back on the cushion, and was driven rapidly and comfortably to the house of refuge. I introduced myself to the consul and told him a story concocted for the occasion, a judicious mixture of truth and lies, to the effect that I had been unlawfully and forcibly seized and compelled to serve in the Blanco army, and that having escaped from the rebels and made my way to Montevideo, I was amazed to hear that the government proposed arresting me. He asked me a few questions, looked at the passport which he had sent me a few days before, then, laughing good-humouredly, put on his hat and invited me to accompany him to the War Office close by. The secretary, Colonel Arocena, he informed me, was a personal friend of his, and if we could see him, it would be all right. Walking by his side, I felt quite safe and bold again, for I was, in a sense, walking with my hand resting on the superb mane of the British lion, whose roar was not to be provoked with impunity. At the War Office, I was introduced by the consul to his friend, Colonel Arocena, a genial old gentleman with a bald head and a cigarette between his lips. He listened with some interest and a smile, slightly incredulous, I thought, to the sad story of the ill treatment I had been subjected to at the hands of Santa Coloma's rebellious rascals. When I had finished, he pushed over a sheet of paper on which he had scrawled a few words to me, with the remark, "Here, my young friend, take this, and you will be safe in Montevideo. We have heard about your doings in Florida, also in Rocha, but we do not propose going to war with England on your account." At this speech we all laughed. Then, when I had pocketed the paper, which bore the sacred seal of the War Office on the margin, and requested all persons to refrain from molesting the bearer in his lawful outgoings and incomings, we thanked the pleasant old colonel and retired. I spent half an hour strolling about with the consul. Then we separated. I had noticed two men in military uniform at some distance from us when we were together, and now, returning homewards, I found that they were following me. By and by they overtook me, and politely intimated their intention of making me their prisoner. I smiled, and drawing forth my protection from the War Office, handed it to them. They looked surprised, and gave it back, with an apology for having molested me, then left me to pursue my way in peace. I had, of course, been very lucky throughout all this adventure. Still, I did not wish to attribute my easy escape entirely to luck, for I had, I thought, contributed a good deal towards it by my promptness in acting and in inventing a plausible story on the spur of the moment. Feeling very much elated, I strolled along the sunny streets, gaily swinging my cane, when turning a corner near Doña Isidora's house, I suddenly came face to face with Don Hilario. This unexpected encounter threw us both off our guard, he recoiling 2 or 3 paces backward and turning as pale as the nature of his complexion would allow. I recovered first from the shock. So far I had been able to baffle him, and knew, moreover, many things of which he was ignorant. Still, he was there in the town with me, and had to be reckoned with, and I quickly resolved to meet him as a friend, affecting entire ignorance of his object in coming to Montevideo. "Don Hilario, you here? Happy the eyes that behold you," I exclaimed, seizing and shaking his hand, pretending to be overjoyed at the meeting. In a moment he recovered his usual self-possessed manner, and when I asked after Doña Demetria, he answered, after a moment's hesitation, that she was in very good health. "Come, Don Hilario," I said. "We are close to my Aunt Isidora's house, where I am staying, and it will give me great pleasure to present you to my wife, who will be glad to thank you for your kindness to me at the estancia." "Your wife, Don Ricardo? Do you tell me that you are married?" he exclaimed in amazement, thinking probably that I was already the husband of Demetria. "What, did I not tell you before?" I said. "Ah, I remember speaking to Doña Demetria about it. Strange that she has not mentioned it to you. Yes, I was married before coming to this country. My wife is an Argentine. Come with me, and you shall see a beautiful woman, if that is an inducement." He was without doubt astonished and mystified, but he had recovered his mask, and was now polite, collected, watchful. When we entered the house, I presented him to Doña Isidora, who happened to be in the way, and left her to entertain him. I was very glad to do so, knowing that he would seize the opportunity to try and discover something from the garrulous old lady, and that he would discover nothing, since she had not been let into our secrets. I found Paquita lying down in her room, having a siesta, and while she arrayed herself at my express desire in her best dress, a black velvet which set off her matchless beauty better than anything else, I told her how I wished her to treat Don Hilario. She knew all about him, of course, and hated him with all her heart, looking on him as a kind of evil genius from whose castle I had carried off the unhappy Demetria. But I made her understand that our wisest plan was to treat him graciously. She readily consented, for Argentine women can be more charmingly gracious than any other women on the globe, and what people do well they like to be called on to do. The subtle caution of our snaky guest did not serve to hide from my watchful eyes that he was very much surprised when he beheld her. She placed herself near him and spoke in her sweetest, artless manner of the pleasure my return had given her, and of the gratitude she had felt towards him and all the people at the Estancia Peralta for the hospitable treatment I had received there. He was, as I had foreseen, completely carried away by her exquisite beauty and the charm of her manner towards him. He was flattered, and exerted himself to be agreeable, but at the same time he was very much puzzled. The baffled expression was more apparent on his face every moment, while his restless glances darted here and there about the room, yet ever returned, like the doomed moth to the candle, to those lustrous violet eyes overflowing with hypocritical kindness. Paquíta's acting delighted me, and I only hoped that he would long suffer from the effect of the subtle poison she was introducing into his system. When he rose to go, I was sure that Demetria's disappearance was a greater mystery to him than ever, and as a parting shot I warmly invited him to come and see us frequently while he remained in the capital, even offering him a bed in the house, while Paquíta, not to be behindhand, for she had thoroughly entered into the fun of the thing, entrusted him with a prettily worded, affectionate message to Demetria, a person whom she already loved and hoped some day to meet. 2 days after this adventure, I heard that Don Hilario had left Montevideo. That he had discovered nothing, I was positive. It was possible, however, that he had left some person to watch the house, and as Paquíta was now anxious to get back to her own country, I determined to delay our departure no longer. Going down to the harbour, I found the captain of a small schooner trading between Montevideo and Buenos Aires, and learning that he intended leaving for the last port in 3 days' time, I bargained with him to take us, and got him also to consent to receive Demetria on board at once. I then sent a message to Mr. Barker, asking him to bring his guest up to town and put her on board the schooner without coming near me. 2 days later, early in the morning, I heard that she was safe on board, and having thus baffled the scoundrel Hilario, on whose ophidian skull I should have been very pleased to set my heel, and having still an idle day before me, I went once more to visit the mountain, to take from its summit my last view of the purple land where I had spent so many eventful days. When I approached the crest of the great solitary hill, I did not gaze admiringly on the magnificent view that opened before me, nor did the wind, blowing fresh from the beloved Atlantic, seem to exhilarate me. My eyes were cast down, and I dragged my feet like one that was weary. Yet I was not weary, but now I began to remember that on a former occasion I had on this mountain spoken many vain and foolish things concerning a people about whose character and history I was then ignorant. I also remembered with exceeding bitterness that my visit to this land had been the cause of great and perhaps lasting sorrow to one noble heart. How often, said I to myself, have I repented of those cruel, scornful words I addressed to Dolores at our last interview, and now once more I come to pluck the berries, harsh and crude, of repentance and of expiation, to humble my insular pride in the dust, and unsay all the unjust things I formerly spoke in my haste. It is not an exclusively British characteristic to regard the people of other nationalities with a certain amount of contempt, but with us, perhaps, the feeling is stronger than with others, or else expressed with less reserve. Let me now at last rid myself of this error, which is harmless and perhaps even commendable in those who stay at home, and also very natural, since it is a part of our unreasonable nature to distrust and dislike the things that are far removed and unfamiliar. Let me at last divest myself of these old English spectacles, framed in oak and with lenses of horn, to bury them forever in this mountain, which for half a century and upwards has looked down on the struggles of a young and feeble people against foreign aggression and domestic foes, and where a few months ago I sang the praises of British civilization, lamenting that it had been planted here and abundantly watered with blood, only to be plucked up again and cast into the sea. After my rambles in the interior, where I carried about in me only a fading remnant of that old, time-honoured superstition to prevent the most perfect sympathy between me and the natives I mixed with, I cannot say that I am of that opinion now. I cannot believe that if this country had been conquered and recolonized by England, and all that is crooked in it made straight according to our notions, my intercourse with the people would have had the wild, delightful flavour I have found in it. And if that distinctive flavour cannot be had along with the material prosperity resulting from Anglo-Saxon energy, I must breathe the wish that this land may never know such prosperity. I do not wish to be murdered, no man does, yet rather than see the ostrich and deer chased beyond the horizon, the flamingo and black-necked swan slain on the blue lakes, and the herdsman sent to twang his romantic guitar in Hades as a preliminary to security of person, I would prefer to go about prepared at any moment to defend my life against the sudden assaults of the assassin. We do not live by bread alone, and British occupation does not give to the heart all the things for which it craves. Blessings may even become curses when the gigantic power that bestows them on us scares from our midst the shy spirits of beauty and of poesy. Nor is it solely because it appeals to the poetic feelings in us that this country endears itself to my heart. It is the perfect republic, the sense of emancipation experienced in it by the wanderer from the old world is indescribably sweet and novel. Even in our ultra-civilized condition at home, we do periodically escape back to nature, and, breathing the fresh mountain air, and gazing over vast expanses of ocean and land, we find that she is still very much to us. It is something more than these bodily sensations we experience when first mingling with our fellow creatures, where all men are absolutely free and equal as here. I fancy I hear some wise person exclaiming, "No, no, no. In name only is your purple land a republic. Its constitution is a piece of waste paper. Its government an oligarchy tempered by assassination and revolution." True, but the knot of ambitious rulers, all striving to pluck each other down, have no power to make the people miserable. The unwritten constitution, mightier than the written one, is in the heart of every man to make him still a republican, and free with a freedom it would be hard to match anywhere else on the globe. The Bedouin himself is not so free, since he accords an almost superstitious reverence and implicit obedience to his sheik. Here the lord of many leagues of land and of herds unnumbered sits down to talk with the hired shepherd, a poor, bare-footed fellow in his smoky rancho, and no class or caste difference divides them. No consciousness of their widely different positions chills the warm current of sympathy between two human hearts. How refreshing it is to meet with this perfect freedom of intercourse, tempered only by that innate courtesy and native grace of manner peculiar to Spanish Americans. What a change to a person coming from lands with higher and lower classes, each with its innumerable hateful subdivisions, to one who aspires not to mingle with the class above him, yet who shudders at the slouching carriage and abject demeanour of the class beneath him. If this absolute equality is inconsistent with perfect political order, I, for one, should grieve to see such order established. Moreover, it is by no means true that the communities which oftenest startle us with crimes of disorder and violence are morally worse than others. A community in which there are not many crimes cannot be morally healthy. There were practically no crimes in Peru under the Inca dynasty. It was a marvelous thing for a person to commit an offense in that empire, and the reason for this most unnatural state of things was this: the Inca system of government was founded on that most iniquitous and disastrous doctrine that the individual bears the same relation to the state as a child to its parents, that its life from the cradle to the grave must be regulated for it by a power it is taught to regard as omniscient, a power practically omnipresent and almighty. In such a state there could be no individual will, no healthy play of passions, and consequently no crime. What wonder that a system so unspeakably repugnant to a being who feels that his will, as a divinity working within him, fell to pieces at the first touch of foreign invasion, or that it left no vestige of its pernicious existence on the continent it had ruled. For the whole state was, so to speak, putrid even before dissolution, and when it fell, it mingled with the dust and was forgotten. Poland, before its conquest by Russia, a country ill-governed and disorderly as the Banda Oriental, did not mingle with dust like that when it fell. The implacable despotism of the Tsar was unable to crush its fierce spirit, its will still survived to gild dreary oppression with hallowed dreams, to make it clutch with a fearful joy the dagger concealed in its bosom. But I had no need to go away from this green continent to illustrate the truth of what I have said. People who talk and write about the disorderly South American republics are fond of pointing to Brazil, that great, peaceful, progressive empire, as setting an example to be followed. An orderly country, yes, and the people in it steeped to their lips in every abominable vice. Compared with these emasculated children of the equator, the Orientals are nature's noblemen. I can very well imagine some over-righteous person saying, "Alas, poor deluded soul, how little importance can we attach to your specious apologies of a people's lawlessness, when your own personal narrative shows that the moral atmosphere you have been breathing has quite corrupted you. Go back over your own record, and you will find that you have, according to our notions, offended in various ways and on diverse occasions, and that you are even without the grace to repent of all the evil things you have thought, said, and done." I have not read many books of philosophy, because when I tried to be a philosopher, happiness was always breaking in, as someone says. Also, because I have loved to study men rather than books, but in the little I have read there occurs a passage I remember well, and this I shall quote as my answer to anyone who may call me an immoral person, because my passions have not always remained in a quiescent state. Like hounds, to quote the simile of a South American poet, slumbering at the feet of the huntsman, resting against a rock at noon. We should regard the perturbations of the mind, says Spinoza, not in the light of vices of human nature, but as properties just as pertinent to it as are heat, storms, thunder, and the like, to the nature of the atmosphere, which phenomena, though inconvenient, are yet necessary, and have fixed causes, by means of which we endeavour to understand their nature, and the mind has just as much pleasure in seeing them aright as in knowing such things as flatter the senses. Let me have the phenomena which are inconvenient, as well as the things which flatter the senses, and the chances are that my life will be a healthier and happier one than that of the person who spends his time on a cloud blushing at nature's naughtiness. It is often said that an ideal state, a utopia where there is no folly, crime, or sorrow, has a singular fascination for the mind. Now, when I meet with a falsehood, I care not who the great persons who proclaim it may be. I do not try to like it or believe it or mimic the fashionable prattle of the world about it. I hate all dreams of perpetual peace, all wonderful cities of the sun, where people consume their joyful, monotonous years in mystic contemplations, or find their delight, like Buddhist monks, in gazing on the ashes of dead generations of devotees. The state is one unnatural, unspeakably repugnant. The dreamless sleep of the grave is more tolerable to the active, healthy mind than such an existence. If Signor Gaudentio di Lucca, still keeping himself alive by means of his marvellous knowledge of the secrets of nature, were to appear before me now on this mountain to inform me that the sacred community he resided with in Central Africa was no mere dream, and should offer to conduct me to it, I should decline to go with him. I should prefer to remain in the Banda Oriental, even though by so doing I should grow at last to be as bad as any person in it, and ready to wade through slaughter to the presidential chair. For even in my own country of England, which is not so perfect as old Peru or the Poffer's country in Central Africa, I have been long divided from nature, and now in this Oriental country, whose political misdeeds are a scandal alike to pure England and impure Brazil, I have been reunited to her. For this reason, I love her with all her faults. Here, like Santa Coloma, I will kneel down and kiss this stone, as an infant might kiss the breast that feeds it. Here, fearless of dirt, like John Carrickfergus, I will thrust my hands into the loose brown soil to clasp the hands, as it were, of dear Mother Nature after our long separation. Farewell, beautiful land of sunshine and storm, of virtue and of crime. May the invaders of the future fare on your soil like those of the past, and leave you in the end to your own devices. May the chivalrous instinct of Santa Coloma, the passion of Dolores, the loving kindness of Candelaria still live in your children to brighten their lives with romance and beauty. May the blight of our superior civilization never fall on your wild flowers, or the yoke of our progress be laid on your herdsman. Careless, graceful, music-loving as the birds, to make him like the sullen, abject peasant of the old world. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Purple Land.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Chapter 29. The meeting of my fellow travelers took place next day on board the ship, where we three were the only cabin passengers. On going down into the little saloon, I found Demetria waiting for us, considerably improved in appearance by her new dress, but looking pale and anxious, for she probably found this meeting a trying one. The two women looked earnestly at each other, but Demetria, to hide her nervousness, I suppose, had framed her face in the old, impassive, almost cold expression it had worn when I first knew her, and Paquita was repelled by it. So after a somewhat lukewarm greeting, they sat down and made commonplace remarks. Two women more unlike each other in appearance, character, education, and disposition it would have been difficult to find. Still, I had hoped they might be friends, and felt keenly disappointed at the result of their first meeting. After an uncomfortable interval, we all rose. I was about to proceed to the deck, they to their respective cabins, when Paquita, without any warning of what was coming, suddenly burst into tears and threw her arms about Demetria's neck. "Oh, dear Demetria, what a sad life yours has been,"
she exclaimed. That was like her, so impulsive, and with such a true instinct to make her do the right thing always. The other gladly responded to the embrace, and I hastily retreated, leaving them kissing and mingling their tears. When I got out on deck, I found that we were already on our way, sails up, and a fresh wind sending us swiftly through the dull green water. There were 5 steerage passengers, disreputable-looking fellows in ponchos and slouch hats, lounging about the deck smoking. But when we got outside the harbour and the ship began to toss a little, they very soon dropped their cigars and began ignominiously creeping away out of sight of the grinning sailors. Only one remained, a grizzly-bearded, rough-looking old gaucho, who firmly kept his seat at the stern, as if determined to see the last of the Mount, as the pretty city near the foot of Magellan's Hill is called by the English people in this region. To satisfy myself that none of these fellows were sent in pursuit of Demetria, I asked our Italian captain who they were and how long they had been on board, and was much relieved to hear that they were fugitives, rebels probably, and had all been concealed for the past 3 or 4 days in the ship, waiting to get away from Montevideo. Towards evening it came on very rough, the wind veering to the south and blowing half a gale, a very favourable wind, as it happened, to take us across this unlovely silver sea, as the poets of the Plata insist on calling it, with its villainous, brick-red, chopping waves, so disagreeable to bad sailors. Paquita and Demetria suffered agonies, so that I was obliged to keep with them a good deal. I very imprudently told them not to be alarmed, that it was nothing, only sea-sickness, and I verily believe they both hated me with all their hearts for a little while in consequence. Fortunately, I had anticipated these harrowing scenes, and had provided a bottle of champagne for the occasion, and after I had consumed 2 or 3 glassfuls to encourage them, showing how easy this kind of medicine is to take, I prevailed on them to drink the remainder. At length, about 10 o'clock in the evening, they began to suspect that their malady was not going to prove fatal, and seeing them so much better, I went up to get some fresh air. There at the stern still sat the stoical old gaucho, looking extremely miserable. "Good evening, old comrade," said I. "Will you smoke a cigar?" "Young master, you seem to have a good heart," he returned, shaking his head at the preferred cigar. "Do, for God's sake, get me a little rum. I am dying for something to warm my inside and stop my head from going round like a top, but nothing can I get from these jabbering foreign brutes on board." "Yes, why not, my old friend?" said I, and going to the master of the boat, I succeeded in getting a pint of rum in a bottle. The old fellow clutched it with eager delight and took a long draught. "Ah," he said, patting first the bottle, then his stomach, "this puts new life into a man. Will this voyage never end, master? When I am on horseback I can forget that I am old, but these cursed waves remind me that I have lived many years." I lit my cigar and sat down to have a talk with him. "Ah, with you foreigners it is just the same, land or water," he continued. "You can even smoke. What a calm head and quiet stomach you must have. But what puzzles me is this, señor, how you, a foreigner, came to be travelling with native women. Now, there is that beautiful young señora with the violet eyes. Who can she be?" "She is my wife, old man," said I, laughing, a little amused at his curiosity. "Ah, you are married then, so young. She is beautiful, graceful, well educated, the daughter of wealthy parents, no doubt, but frail, señor, and some day, not a very distant day. But why should I predict sorrow to a gay heart? Only her face, señor, is strange to me. It does not recall the features of any Oriental family I know." "That is easily explained," I said, surprised at his shrewdness. "She is an Argentine, not an Oriental."
"Ah, that explains it," he said, taking another long pull at the bottle. "As for the other señora with you, I need not ask you who she is." "Why, who is she?" I returned.
"A Peralta, if there ever was one," he returned confidently. His reply disturbed me not a little, for, after all my precautions, this old man had perhaps been sent to follow Demetria. "Yes," he continued with an evident pride in his knowledge of families and faces, which tended to allay my suspicions. "A Peralta, and not a Madariaga, nor a Sanchez, nor a Zelaya, nor an Ibarra. Do I not know a Peralta when I see one?" And here he laughed scornfully at the absurdity of such an idea. "Tell me," I said, "how do you know a Peralta?" "The question!" he exclaimed. "You are a Frenchman or a German from over the sea, and do not understand these things. Have I borne arms 40 years in my country's service not to know a Peralta? On earth they are with me. If I go to heaven, I meet them there, and in hell I see them. For when have I charged into the hottest of the fight, and have not found a Peralta there before me? But I am speaking of the past, señor, for now I am also like one that has been left on the field forgotten, left for the vultures and foxes. You will no longer find them walking on the earth, only where men have rushed together, sword in hand, you will find their bones. Ah, friend." And here, overcome with sad memories, the ancient warrior took another drink from his bottle. "They cannot all be dead," said I, "if, as you imagine, the señora travelling with me is a Peralta."
"As I imagine," he repeated scornfully.
"Do I not know what I am talking about, young sir? They are dead, I tell you, dead as the past, dead as Oriental independence and honour. Did I not ride into the fight at Gil de los Medanos with the last of the Peraltas, Calixto, when he received his baptism of blood? 15 years old, señor, only 15, when he galloped into the fight, for he had the light heart, the brave spirit, and the hand swift to strike of a Peralta. And after the fight, our colonel, Santa Coloma, who was killed the other day at San Paulo, embraced the boy before all the troops. He is dead, señor, and with Calixto died the house of Peralta." "You knew Santa Coloma, then?" I said. "But you are mistaken. He was not killed at San Paulo. He made his escape."
"So they say, the ignorant ones," he returned.
"But he is dead, for he loved his country, and all who are of that mind are slain. How should he escape?" "I tell you, he is not dead," I repeated, vexed at his stubborn persistence. "I also knew him, old man, and was with him at San Paulo." He looked at me for a long time, and then took another swig from his bottle. "Señor, this is not a thing I love joking about," said he. "Let us talk of other things. What I want to know is, what is Calixto's sister doing here? Why has she left her country?" Receiving no reply to this question, he went on. "Has she not got property? Yes, a large estancia, impoverished, ruined, if you like, but still a very large tract of land. When your enemies do not fear you, then they cease to persecute. A broken old man, bereft of reason, surely they would not trouble him. No, no, she is leaving her country for other reasons. Yes, there is some private plot against her, some design, perhaps, to carry her off, or even to destroy her and get possession of her property. Naturally, in such a case, she would fly for protection to Buenos Aires, where there is one with some of her blood in his veins, able to protect her person and her property." I was astonished to hear him, but his last words were a mystery to me. "There is no one in Buenos Aires to protect her," I said. "I only will be there as I am here to shield her, and if, as you think, she has an enemy, he must reckon with me, one who, like that Calixto you speak of, has a hand quick to strike." "There spoke the heart of a Blanco," he exclaimed, clutching my arm, and then, the boat giving a lurch at that moment, almost dragging me down in his efforts to steady himself. After another sip of rum he went on. "But who are you, young sir, if that is not an impertinent question? Do you possess money, influence, powerful friends, that you take upon yourself the care of this woman? Is it in your power to baffle and crush her enemy or enemies, to protect not only her person, but her property, which in her absence will become the prey of robbers?" "And who are you, old man?" I returned, unable to give a satisfactory answer to one of his searching questions. "And why do you ask me these things? And who is this powerful person you speak of in Buenos Aires, with some of her blood in his veins, but of whose existence she is ignorant?" He shook his head silently, then deliberately proceeded to take out and light a cigarette. He smoked with a placid enjoyment which made me think that his refusal of my cigar and his bitter complaints about the effects of the ship's tossing on him had merely been to get the bottle of rum out of me. He was evidently a veteran in more senses than one, and now, finding that I would tell him no more secrets, he refused to answer any questions. Fearing that I had imprudently told him too much already, I finally left him and retired to my bunk. Next morning we arrived at Buenos Aires and cast anchor about 2 miles from shore, for that was as near the land as we could get. Presently we were boarded by a custom house officer, and for some time longer I was engaged in getting out our luggage and in bargaining with the captain to put us on shore. When I had completed these arrangements, I was very much surprised to see the cunning old soldier I had talked with the evening before sitting in the custom house boat, which was just putting off from the side. Demetria had been looking on when the old fellow had left the ship, and she now came to me, looking very excited. "Richard," she said, "did you notice that man who was a passenger with us, and who has just gone off in the boat? It is Santa Coloma." "Oh, absurd!" I exclaimed. "I talked with that old man last night for an hour, an old, grey-bearded gaucho, and no more like Santa Coloma than that sailor." "I know I am right," she returned. "The General has visited my father at the estancia, and I know him well. He is disguised now, and has made himself look like a peasant, but when he went over the side into the boat, he looked full into my face. I knew him and started. Then he smiled, for he saw that I had recognized him." The very fact that this common-looking old man had gone on shore in the custom-house boat proved that he was a person of consequence in disguise, and I could not doubt that Demetria was right. I felt excessively annoyed at myself for having failed to penetrate his disguise, for something of the old Marcos Marcó style of speaking might very well have revealed his identity if I had only had my wits about me. I was also very much concerned on Demetria's account, for it seemed that I had missed finding out something for her which would have been to her advantage to know. I was ashamed to tell her of that conversation about a relation in Buenos Aires, but secretly determined to try and find Santa Coloma to get him to tell me what he knew. After landing, we put our small luggage into a fly and were driven to an hotel in Calle Lima, an out-of-the-way place kept by a German, but I knew the house to be a quiet, respectable one and very moderate in its charges. About 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we were together in the sitting-room on the first floor, looking down on the street from the window, when a well-appointed carriage, with a gentleman and 2 young ladies in it, drew up before the door. "Oh, Richard," exclaimed Paquita in the greatest excitement, "it is Don Pantaleon Villaverde with his daughters, and they are getting out." "Who is Villaverde?" I asked. "What, do you not know? He is a judge of first instance, and his daughters are my dearest friends. Is it not strange to meet them like this? Oh, I must see them to ask for papa and mamita." And here she began to cry. The waiter came up with a card from the Señor Villaverde, requesting an interview with the Señorita Peralta. Demetria, who had been trying to soothe Paquita's intense excitement and infuse a little courage into her, was too much amazed to speak, and in another moment our visitors were in the room. Paquita started up, tearful and trembling. Then her 2 young friends, after staring at her for a few moments, delivered a screech of astonishment and rushed into her arms, and all 3 were locked together for some time in a triangular embrace. When the excitement of this tempestuous meeting had spent itself, Señor Villaverde, who stood looking on with grave, impressive face, spoke to Demetria, telling her that his old friend, General Santa Coloma, had just informed him of her arrival in Buenos Aires and of the hotel where she was staying. Probably she did not even know who he was, he said. He was her relation. His mother was a Peralta, a first cousin of her unhappy father, Colonel Peralta. He had come to see her with his daughters, to invite her to make his house her home during her stay in Buenos Aires. He also wished to help her with her affairs, which his friend, the General, had informed him were in some confusion. He had, he concluded, many influential friends in the sister city who would be ready to assist him in arranging matters for her. Demetria, recovering from the nervousness she had experienced on finding that Paquíta's great friends were her visitors, thanked him warmly and accepted his offer of a home and assistance. Then, with a quiet dignity and self-possession one would hardly expect from a girl coming amongst fashionable people for the first time in her life, she greeted her new-found relations and thanked them for their visit. As they insisted on taking Demetria away with them at once, she left us to make her preparations, while Paquíta remained conversing with her friends, having many questions to ask them. She was consumed with anxiety to know how her family, and especially her father, who made the domestic laws, now, after so many months, regarded her elopement and marriage with me. Her friends, however, either knew nothing or would not tell her what they knew. Poor Demetria! She had, with no time given her for reflection, taken the wise course of at once accepting the offer of her influential and extremely dignified kinsman. But it was hard for her to leave her friends at such short notice, and when she came back prepared for her departure, the separation tried her severely. With tears in her eyes, she bade Paquíta farewell, but when she took my hand in hers, for some time her trembling lips refused to speak. Overcoming her emotions by a great effort, she at length said, addressing her visitors, "For my escape from a sad and perilous position, and for the pleasure of finding myself here amongst relations, I am indebted to this young friend who has been a brother to me." Señor Villaverde listened and bowed towards me, but with no softening in his stern, calm face, while his cold grey eyes seemed to look straight through me at something beyond. His manner towards me made me feel a kind of despair, for how strong must have been his disapproval of my conduct in running off with his friend's daughter, how great his indignation against me when it prevented him from bestowing one smile or one kind word on me to thank me for all I had done for his kinswoman. Yet this was only the reflected indignation of my father-in-law. We went down to the carriage to see them off, and then, finding myself for a moment by the side of one of the young ladies, I tried to find out something for myself. "Pray tell me, señorita," I said, "what you know about my father-in-law. If it is very bad, I promise you, my wife shall not hear a word of it, but it is best that I should know the truth before meeting him." A cloud came over her bright, expressive face, while she glanced anxiously at Paquíta. Then, bending towards me, she whispered, "Ah, my friend, he is implacable. I am so sorry for Paquíta's sake." And then, with a smile of irrepressible coquetry, she added, "And for yours." The carriage drove away, and Demetria's eyes, looking back at me, were filled with tears. But in Señor Villaverde's eyes, also glancing back, there was an expression that boded ill for my future. His feeling was natural, perhaps, for he was the father of two very pretty girls. Implacable, and I was now divided from him by no silver or brick-coloured sea. By returning I had made myself amenable to the laws I had broken by marrying a girl under age without her father's consent. The person in England who runs away with a ward in Chancery is not a greater offender against the law than I was. It was now in his power to have me punished, to cast me into prison for an indefinite time, and if not to crush my spirit, he would at least be able to break the heart of his unhappy daughter. Those wild, troubled days in the Purple Land now seemed to my mind peaceful, happy days, and the bitter days with no pleasure in them were only now about to begin. Implacable. Suddenly, looking up, I found Paquíta's violet eyes, full of sad questioning, fixed on my face. "Tell me truly, Richard, what have you heard?" she asked. I forced a smile, and taking her hand, assured her that I had heard nothing to cause her any uneasiness. "Come," I said, "let us go in and prepare to leave town tomorrow. We will go back to the point we started from, your father's estancia, for the sooner this meeting you are thinking about so anxiously is over, the better will it be for all of us." End of chapter 29. End of The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson.
Appendix of The Purple Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson. Appendix. History of the Banda Oriental. The country called in this work the Purple Land was discovered by Magellan in the year 1500, and he called the hill or mountain which gives its name to the capital Monte Vidi. He described it as a hat-shaped mountain, and it is probable that 4 centuries ago the tall conical hat which is worn to this day by women in South Wales was a common form in Spain and Portugal. In due time settlements were made, but the colonists of those days loved gold and adventure above everything, and finding neither in the Banda, they little esteemed it. For 2 centuries it was neglected by its white possessors, while the cattle they had imported continued to multiply, and returning to a feral life, overran the country in amazing numbers. The heroic period in South American history then passed away. El Dorado, the Spaniards' New Jerusalem, has changed into a bank of malarious mist and a cloud of mosquitoes, Amazons, giants, pygmies. The anthrophagi, and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders, when closely looked for, turned out to be Red Indians, or a type which varied but little throughout the entire vast continent. Wanderers from the Old World grew weary of seeking the tropics only to sink into flowery graves. They turned away sick at heart from the great desolation where the splendid empire of the children of the sun had so lately flourished. The accumulated treasures had been squandered. The cruel crusades of the Paulists against the Jesuit missions had ceased, for the inhuman slave hunters had utterly destroyed the smiling gardens in the wilderness. The remnant of the escaped converts had gone back to a wild life in the woods, and the fathers who had done their Master's work so well drifted away to mingle in other scenes or die of broken hearts. Then, in the sober 18th century, when the dissolution was complete, Spain woke up to the fact that in the temperate part of the continent, shared with her by Portugal, she possessed a new bright little Spain worth cultivating. About the same time Portugal discovered that the acquisition of this pretty country, with its lovely Lusitanian climate, would nicely round off her vast possessions on the south side. Forthwith these 2 great colonizing powers fell to fighting over the Banda, where there were no temples of beaten gold, or mythical races of men, or fountains of everlasting youth. The quarrel might have continued to the end of time, so languidly was it conducted by both parties, had not great events come to swallow up the little ones. At the beginning of the 19th century the English invasion burst like a sudden terrible thunderstorm on the country. Montevideo on the east and Buenos Aires on the west side of the sea-like river were captured and lost again. The storm was soon over, but it had the effect of precipitating the Revolution of 1810, which presently ended in the loss to Spain of all her American possessions. These changes brought only fresh wars and calamities to the long-suffering Banda. The ancient feud between Spain and Portugal descended to the new Brazilian Empire and the new Argentine Confederation, and these claimants contended for the country until 1828, when they finally agreed to let it govern itself in its own fashion.
After thus acquiring its independence, the little Belgium of the New World cast off its pretty but hated appellation of Cisplatina, and resumed its old joyous name of Banda Oriental.
With light hearts the people then proceeded to divide themselves into two political parties, whites and reds. Endless struggles for mastery ensued, in which the Argentines and the Brazilians, forgetting their solemn compact, were forever taking sides. But of these wars of crows and pies it would be idle to say more, since, after going on for 3/4 of a century, they are not wholly ended yet. The rambles and adventures described in the book take us back to the late 60s or early 70s of the last century, when the country was still in the condition in which it had remained since the colonial days, when the 10 years' siege of Montevideo was not yet a remote event, and many of the people one met had had a part in it. End of Appendix. End of The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson.